not sunny Taupo. We're here with John Tomlin, who's the track commentator, and John is going to tell us all the excitement that's going to happen on track. We're going to talk about the 1 hour race first, because obviously that's the first race out, but what are we going to see today?
Well, we can actually see something today. Last year, you and I were looking out that window and we couldn't even see the other side of the track. So there's no fog, which is good, but it is wet. Well, welcome to the Eneos, of their new naming sponsor for the North Island Endurance Series. And Eneos, for those of you that don't know, it's not a common name in oils in New Zealand, but they're huge overseas. They're a Japanese company, and they're big in NASCAR, MotoGP, and World Rallycross and Time Attack. So a big company. So we're pleased to have them on board. The 1 hour, big field, and Matt Whitaker's back with the 991, and that is going to be the car to beat. But I think this time Tim James and Ian Hare are going to give him a little bit of a hurry up. And but the car to watch for entertainment value, without a doubt, is the madman Dean Perkins, with the ex-police car, an XD Ford Falcon with an 850 horsepower NASCAR motor under the bonnet. In wet conditions, yeehaw, it's going to be some fun.
So let's just talk about the conditions, because normally we'd be out in the pit lane doing a nice little interview in the sunny conditions, but winter's upon us. How cold do you reckon it is here, and what do you think the track conditions are going to be like when the cars go out?
Cold? Well, let's put it this way. You wanted to do the interview on Pit Straight this morning, and I said, there's no way. I think it was around about 3 degrees when we got up and went out for breakfast. It is cold. The problem with Taupo is the wind comes off the mountain, comes across the lake, up the hill, bangs off the big mountain in the back of us, swirls around and flies back down here. It is cold. It's very windy. The weather-wise, I'm picking by the time the 1 hour race starts, it might have knocked off. I think we're in for a fine afternoon for the 3 hour though.
Cool. So let's talk through the day. Basically, we're going to go out on track. Well, we're not going to go out on track. We're going to sit in this. This is our control room, by the way. So if you see all these monitors, blah, 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 that's where we're going from. We're live. So when we make cock-ups, we just try and work through them. So stay with us. So for the day, what's happening first?
Okay, well, first up, we've got the qualifying for the 1 hour. They're heading out on track at 10 o'clock. Well, that was a long driver's briefing, and there was a lot of talk about the track conditions. So they've been pretty much read the riot act by race control, stay between the white lines, so that's the first up. They're out, and then followed out by the 3 hour qualifying. Then when that's done, we're going to go into the 1 hour race will start. At the conclusion of that, of course, they'll all come back on onto the grid, and you'll be down there in the rain to interview the first, second, and third place getters. Then we're going to go into a lunch break, and then we get into the 3 hour in the afternoon. But we've just been told by race control the meeting has been declared wet, which is, pretty obvious. That means they have to run on rain tyres. They have to have their rain lights on.
So we're going to see a lot of action in pit lane today. Obviously the 1 hour, they have to tell us how that works, because people may not have seen how a 1 hour pit stop works.
Okay, well, that's really simple. What happens is with a 3 hour, there's driver changes. So the driver has to get out of the car, another driver has to get in, so they've got to unbelt, rebelt themselves in. With a 1 hour, majority of the guys in the race are doing the race single driver. But there are obviously a few in there that are doing double drivers. So to make it fair, what they have to do is a single driver has to come in, has to get out of the car, run around the car, get back in, strap himself back in, get himself secure, back out on the track again. For the dual drivers, what has to happen is the driver gets out of the car, the co-driver stands on the other side of the car, they run around, tag hands, rush around, get back in the car, and off out again. That way it makes it nice and even and fair.
It's really cool to watch on camera, so watch out for that. We'll try and capture some of those guys running around the cars. Obviously, refueling and tyre changes, the 3 hour have to do it. What happens with the 1 hour?
Well, they're picking, there's nobody in the 1 hour going to have to refuel, although I'm thinking Dean Perkins with 850 horsepower may have to. But look, that was something that came out in driver's briefing this morning and also in the briefing we had last night. It's something they're really hot on now because I don't know if anybody saw the big blow up at Highland Park last year when one of the cars caught fire in pit lane, and it was a pretty horrendous sight. So they've got very strict on it now. The rules are that you have to have 2 people on the car to refuel, or possibly 3 if you've got some. Sorry, there's 3 on the car. 1 feeding the fuel in, 1 holding the dry brake, and there has to be a third person standing there with 2 9 kg fire extinguishers, 1 with the pin totally out, and they all have to be in full fire kit with overalls, balaclavas, the whole 9 yards.
And that's why I'm wearing my pajamas already. 1, it's really cold. And 2, we have to, in pit lane, be wearing race suits, obviously. Now, as the day goes on, John's going to bring people up here. He's got some interviews to do in our booth here. But we're also got a new person to introduce. So thank you, John.
Right.
We'll come back
We'll
and
catch you
talk
later.
about the 3 hour as well. But we've got Lucy Payne here. She's going to be in pit lane talking with drivers. So firstly, Lucy, tell us, how did you get involved here?
conditions, that's for sure. So we've got some of the BMWs from the BMW Open class out there. And now there's a vehicle of pure interest to everybody, the SsangYong Ute. Now effectively, folks, that is a Super Tourer with a SsangYong body on it, or they've taken all the running gear out of a Super Tourer. So it's got a 7-litre LS7 Chevy sat under the bonnet, and I had a look at it, and it sits right back. There's plenty of room under there. It's got the fully sequential gearbox in it, and it's running Super Tourer brakes. And that's today driven by Dion Cooper, the managing director of SsangYong New Zealand, and Alexandra Whiteley from. Well, she's now in New Zealand, but she was previously running from Australia, so she's going to be co-driving that vehicle today. And then out there we've got a whole bunch of the little Toyota 86s as well, so from the T86 series, the Toyota series, and a couple of cars to watch out there would be young Ben McDonald is one of them, and the McDonald Halligan Motors Toyota 86, and there's a few Seats out there as well from the Super Copa Cup. So we'll let them get round and get some times. Already, Dean Perkins is stamping his authority on the field by opening up the big Ford Falcon. Good on the straights, not so great under brakes and around corners, but Dino certainly can pedal that car. Here comes young Matt Griffin from won the BMW E30 series this year. A very talented young driver, and Warwick Mortimer and Andre Mortimer have decided to give him a run in one of their cars, and that's one of the M3 GTRs. You can see that one now going through up through turn 2, 3, and that's young Matt Griffin in that one. And here's another one of the M3 GTRs coming out of the corner here now. This is the BMW, the Burrow seating sponsored car. That's one of the later models. And that's driven by Andrew Nugent. Rick Cooper there, previous mayor of Taupo, and the CEO of SsangYong in his Boss 302 Ford Mustang. Okay, we have just been told we've got a bit of Ben McDonald going very slowly there out of turn 2. There's another car out there that's one of the Super Tourer development cars, which is the John DeVeth Holden Commodore, just going through the hairpin now, right behind the Rob Bergeron and Wong Ferrari. Okay, so be able to start giving you some lap times fairly shortly, and as they go through. Of course. Okay, we've got somebody's got themselves come unglued at turn 10, which is just out of our vision now. It's around past the clubhouse, so we can't see that from here. Tim James in one of the 997 GT3s going through. Here's the two Mustangs together now. It's Barry Kirkburnand, and they'll be coming through the hairpin now. And Barry these are the two Mustangs they've run in a race series in America. And Rick Cooper bought his a couple of seasons ago. Barry Kirkburnand was running a BMW 135i last year, and just got pipped to the post by Rick in the championship. So decided this year he'd if you can't beat him, join him. Okay, for some reason we have got a red flag on the session. So something's actually happened up at the top of the track, and that one I'm picking would be around about turn 10 from that report I had earlier on. So the session has been red flagged, which means they will all come back to pit lane and line back up in pit lane, ready to go out for the at the resumption. I'll try and get a heads up on what actually caused that. Okay, so we just had the word the red flag will be lifted in 2 minutes time, and we'll be underway with the resumption of the qualifying, and then I can start feeding you some lap times to let you know what's happening. Okay, we're going to have a challenge here, aren't we, today? I can see that. Oh, shit, Andrew Newton quickest. No sign of... Okay, so what do you want to do?
You guys hear him?
Well, we will be able to wait.
Okay, so back out on track now, everything's underway, and I can give you some times, which not going to mean a lot at this point in time, but Ian Hare was quickest in the in his 997, number 80.
And hopefully we're live
and,
here with Lucy.
it's good to see that car back in,
time.
because Ian had a big
Last
crash
time we had
in
a
that
bit of an audio
a couple of seasons
issue,
ago.
So
and
Lucy's come on board to do some pit lane
undergone a
interviews.
massive
So she's
rebuild.
going to be walking up and down the
Ian
pit
was
lane
running with,
and talking to people today. So how are you feeling?
Oh, I mean, what a day. Look at this, absolutely tropical here. Thank goodness I'm from the UK. Perfect. I'm not going to get homesick anyway. Anyway, so the cars have just gone out now, qualifying for the 1 hour, and as you can hear and see, pit lane is a buzz. So looking forward to going up and down shortly and seeing how everyone's got on happy with their times. Obviously with the wet track at the moment, it's going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, well, that was just Porsche going past, and they're still going pretty quick. So it's going to be interesting to see. What do you reckon who do you reckon's going to go quick in the wet?
Well, I think people will be quite happy that it's wet, so it does even up the playing field a bit more. You know, obviously Whitaker is going to be faster, and no doubt will be at the top. But there's always underdogs when you get the weather like this, and it's going to play a huge part in the race as well. I'm personally looking forward to seeing Matt Griffin, what he can do in the 77 BMW at Mortimer Motorsports.
All right, so we're going to go get out of the rain. We'll see you again soon.
We'll pick up some times off Dean a little bit later on. Don't pick he's going to be near the front of the field at the end of the session. Well, I doubt he'll be on the front row, because the Porsches will be the ones to probably lock that one out. Okay, we've got one off at turn 4, and that's one of the Porsches. That's Tim James, I think, up there, and he looks like he's just had a bit of a moment and he's got himself back on track again. So one of the little cars that little front engine cars in this class are going to be in this field are going to be quite good as well. Obviously they're not going to get up with the big stuff, but they'll certainly make their presence felt for the 1601 to the 1600 to 2000 class. And Matt Whitaker's finally come up to the top here in the 991. You can see him going through the hairpin now and heading out into turn 2. This is the reigning New Zealand 1 hour enduro champion, and that is a very impressive motor car, and Matt drives that extremely well. So he's just put down a time of and Matt Whitaker, and I'll tell you what, as he's done that, he's just been pipped again by Ian Hare. So Matt Whitaker, one of the Subarus out there, going up through
Otherwise you're both talking.
okay, here's another interesting car coming onto the front straight now, and down here this is Cal McBeath in the Panos GT, car number 11. Cal is the man, well, one of the he's the, I suppose the chief operator behind the Eneos North Island Endurance Series, along with Dave and Karen Dovey, and Cal McBeath is the chairman of the group. A little Panos, an American sports car, was built and designed by Don Panos some years ago when he wanted to contest the Formula One, the Le Mans, American Le Mans Series. Designed and built this car, or these cars I should say, and he sold quite a few of them actually. Powered by a 302 small block Ford. So back to our timing sheets, and Matt Whitaker appears his transponder is actually giving a bit of grief. He doesn't seem to be picking up the times as well as he did before. So fastest man is still showing as being Ian Hare. So I'm getting quite a few calls over the race radio at the moment for vehicles without their rain lights on, and if they don't cure those problems, then we could have cars being pulled in. I know car number 51's just been advised it needs a rain light on the back, as has car number 36. Here we go, a couple of little Toyotas going down pit straight now, the Toyota 86s. And there's a good field of those, about 4 or 5 of them in this this group today, so expect to see them all pretty much matched in times. And you can see the big Holden Commodore getting right in amongst them. Tim James goes past us in the Porsche. Car number 36 there, the little Subaru. And that car should be a car worth watching throughout the event, the number 36. If it continues to rain, he'll certainly be placing reasonably well, but although he's in a bit of trouble at the moment because his rain light's not turned on and race control is trying to tell him to get it sorted. So qualifying order at the moment is put Matt Whitaker at the top with a 1:36.836. Ian Hare's just on 3.5 seconds off of him with a 40.236, followed by Andrew Nugent in the BMW. So you got 2 Porsches and the BMW at the top of the field there. Chris Henderson's the next man up in car number 51, and that's the another BMW. Then we go back to Rick Cooper and his Ford Mustang. John DeVeth comes in 6th position in the Holden Commodore at this point in time. And then you've got Dean Perkins in 7th. Tim James comes through in 8th position, and Jack Milligan, he is through in, comes through in 8th. And, oh, well, we've got somebody off at the entry to turn 4. Can't pick out who that is. Just waiting for the... I think it's Tim James again in the Porsche. He's not having a lot of luck with turn 4 today, is Tim? Yeah, so back to our top 10. Then we had Jack Milligan in car number 17 there. That's Toyota 86 actually, so that's punching well above its weight in 9th position. And then rounding out the top 10 is Nick Archibald and car number 36, which is the which was the little Subaru. You can see him now going through turn 6, heading down towards turn 7. And see Charles Rowler up there in the little red OCL telecommunications sponsored Toyota Levin, and that's got a very, very big turbocharger on that little car, and it's very fast. So, but in these conditions, horsepower is probably a little bit of a disadvantage. Car going up through, we see going through turn 4 now, and down into turn 5, just is Richard Gee. In the little Honda, the Watt Bike sponsored car. He's just passed Barry Kirkburnand in the big Ford Mustang, and that little Honda there runs 1800 or sorry, no, it runs a 2.4 litre in it, I believe. And Richard is one of the behind the a lot of the press releases for there's a lot of the press work for the Eneos Endurance Series, and a great driver, great competitor as well. So let's go back to looking at our top 10. Dean Perkins still holding down 7th position in the big Ford Falcon. He'll be praying for dry weather. And we've got John DeVeth and Glenn Smith in the Farmlands Super Tourer Commodore. Now, I'm not sure whether it's Glenn or John in the car at the moment. So we've only got 2.5 minutes left to run in this qualifying session for the Eneos 1 hour North Island endurance race. And then we'll have a 5-minute break while we get the 3-hour cars out on track. So at the moment, the running order is Matt Whitaker in the 991 is holding up pole position. This is unofficial, of course, from Ian Hare. Then we go back to Andrew Nugent in the BMW, the Burrows seating car. Then it's Chris Henderson in car number 51, which is another one of the Super Tourists. Sorry, I do apologise. It's not. It's I actually got him down as a Corolla 80 Toyota Corolla, but AE86. Then we go back to Tim James in car number in 5th position, in just in front of John DeVeth and Glenn Smith in the Holden Commodore Super Tourer. Then it is Rick Cooper in the Ford Mustang, just in front of Dean Perkins in the big Ford Falcon. From Blair McDonald in the VE Super Tourer. And then it is Nick Archibald takes out the top 10 position at this point in time. Okay, that's it. We've got a checker flag out on the session now, so that brings to an end the qualifying for the Eneos 1 hour endurance series. We'll be 5 minutes before we get out with the 3 hour cars. So we'll just let these guys come in, and I'll give you an unofficial rundown of who is qualified where at this point in time. At the top of the tree, Matt Whitaker in the Porsche 991. Second up is Ian Hare in his Porsche 997 GT3. And then we go back to Andrew Nugent in the BMW M3 GTR. Chris Henderson, next man through, and believe it or not, a Toyota Corolla AE86. Now Chris is up from Dunedin, and it is, shall we say, a bit of a hybrid. It's a pretty modified car, so that's why he's up that far. Then we go back to car number 27, which is Tim James, and that is another one of the Porsches, and that's a 997 GT3 Cup car as well. Then it's John DeVeth and Glenn Smith, car number 23, the Farmlands sponsored VE Commodore Super Tourer. That's actually the prototype development car, that one. Then we go back to Rick Cooper and Mr. Sanyong in his 302 Boss Mustang in 7th position, just in front of Dean Perkins. Been knocked back to 8th in the big Ford Falcon, but if we get into the race and it's dry, keep an eye on Dean, because he could be the fly in the ointment. Then we go back to Blair McDonald in car number 9, just in front of Alistair Taylor in car number 88, which is another one of the Porsche GT3 Cup cars. Then in position 11, it's Nick Archibald, car number 36, and that is the little Subaru WRX. In front of Jack Milligan in 12th position, car number 17. And that also is another one of the Toyota A86s. So, Toyota 86s, I should say. Now, there's going to be a few of them in this race, and if the weather stays wet, keep an eye on them, because they're going to get in amongst the bigger cars and be a bit of a fly in the ointment. Then we go back to car number 13, Graham Fraser in a BMW M3. one of the 6-cylinder ones, the E36 version. Then it is car number 6, Tom Stokes, and he comes through in 14th position. Tom Stokes is another one of the Toyota 86s. Then it's Matt Griffin, and car number 77, the BMW M3 GTR. Now, like we said, that was Warwick Mortimer and Andre Mortimer who gave Matt this car. Matt is the current reigning E30 BMW champion, so they're impressed with his talent and his driving. So they've given him this car to use and race in the 1 hour race, and I think Matt's just playing discretion is the better part of valour when you've got that sort of horsepower, because those BMW M3 GTR V8s are pretty powerful motor cars. So in these conditions, and I don't think the tyres are in the best shape for this one either. So Matt in 20th position, just taking it a little bit easy. So that was, there you go, that was the top 20 for the 1 hour enduro. And next up, in 5 minutes time, we will have the 3 hour guys out on track. Pit exit is just open for the 3 hour qualifying now, and they're going to be heading out on track straight away. And first out is one of the little Seat Leons, followed by the Johnston brothers, Hayden and Preston, from GVI. And there's a whole swag of Hondas in this one, so this is going to be interesting for these guys. Okay, so we're just going to pick up some cars coming out of the garage now, and we can see you're looking at the little here's the other Mortimer BMW, the M3 GTR. Now this is father and son team, Warwick and Andre Mortimer, and I know Warwick was going to start the race, but I don't know whether he's starting qualifying or not. Both drivers have to qualify. And there's the big M3 GTR going out there now. Another interesting car going up through turn 4 now is the Clark Proctor Nissan Godzilla, or the Godzilla 2. This is the this is one of the works cars. I was talking to Clark last night, and they bought this car off Japan. It is a Nismo sport car. It's built to GT3 specs, and it's the Skyline GTR. Very powerful motor car. So they're running that in the GT class, obviously. So another little car, there's an interesting little car coming out here, going up through turn 8 now, and that is the Seat Leon Supercopa. And that car there is was brought into the country. That raced in the Spanish Supercopa Cup Series and was raced by Cristiano Alguersuari. Here's the GVI sponsored Honda. This is Hayden and Johnston Preston and the GVI cars. That's actually a Honda S2000, and whilst it might look a bit strange to Honda fans, it's because it's actually got a hard top fastback on it. Okay, another one of the a lot of Porsches in this race. We've got the unusual sight here of a Falcon Ute holding up one of the GTRs. There's Andre Heimgartner out there in the Hamilton Asphalt's Holden Commodore. And Andre, as you know, used to race for Super Black Racing. Currently he's racing in the Porsche Cup Series in Australia, currently leading that championship. He's come back this weekend to help Lance out drive the TLX Holden Commodore. We'll be having a word with Andre later on. He'll be popping up here to have a chat to us. And some of the big guns coming out now. There's Ian Foster and Johnny Reid Audi. And he's coming down through turn 3 and 4 now. Johnny Reid, as you know, ex-A1 GP racer for Team Kiwi. Or Team New Zealand, I should say, not Team Kiwi, it was Team New Zealand. And here's the Trass Motorsport Ferrari. This is Carbon as the current North Island Endurance Championship for winning car. Today ran by Sam Fillmore, and he got Daniel Gaunt alongside him. Daniel, obviously another ex-supercar driver from Kiwi Supercar driver. Daniel currently running up in Japan in the Super GT series up there, and he's come home to race. So with Sam and Dan in the car, Sam and Dan, that doesn't sound too crash up, but with those two in the car, they're going to make life a little bit more uncomfortable for the boys in the Audi when they come out, the SMEG Audi. Here's the coming out of pit lane fairly soon. We'll pick him up when he comes out. Are a couple of the monster cars in this class, and one of them is Nick Chester in the Holden Commodore Hypercar, and that was built in. And as I say that, there's Simon Evans and Gene Rollison's SMEG Audi coming out of pit lane. Now this car is only a year old. It contested the Australian GT3 Championship last year, and SMEG Racing team have bought that car here, and it's currently taken out the New Zealand endurance title. And that will be the car to beat this weekend. It is the latest spec car here. It's got effectively two premier drivers in it, so it is a very fast piece of kit, that car. So you can see him heading up there now through turn 8, going up into turn 9. Only just be dialing that car in, so currently the fastest car on the track actually is Andre Mortimer in the BMW GT3R, and not too far behind him is Clark Proctor in the Nissan Skyline GT3. So coming down here into the chase now, this is the one of the cars I was telling you about. This is the big Holden Commodore, the Chester's car. Now that's what they call a hypercar. It was built in Australia in the supercar days, and it was built beyond the regulations of supercar as a sort of a one-off. Nick Chester and his team bought that car, brought it back to New Zealand. Runs a 6.6 litre engine in it, and it is an absolute monster of a car. If this track was dry, he's talking to Nick last night. They don't hold their hopes high of taking this one out because of this twisty bit in the middle of this Taupo Motorsport Park. But we wait until we get this car to Hampton Downs and to later on to Pukekohe in the series, where we've got the big fast open straights without so much of the tight stuff. And that car is going to be a threat to the Audis and the Ferraris at the top of the field. So this weekend is a bit hobbled by obviously the rain, and B, the tight nature of the internal part of the track is what is going to hamper that car. But it's still be an interesting car to keep an eye on, and all he's got to do this weekend is score some points, because when he gets to Hampton Downs and Pukekohe, it'll be gloves off. He won't be so hamstrung by the tightness of the track. But a very quick piece of kit. There we've got, you can see the that says the Huggy Urquhart in the black Super Tourer. Was Huggy one of the original guys from the V8 Ute series? He's decided to step up into this car, and he's got Richard Moore with him. Richard Moore, a regular campaigner in Super Tourers, so knows what he's doing. And there on screen at the moment you can see the Trass Ferrari 458 GT3, and not too far behind him that is the Proctor GT3 Nissan Skyline GTR. And here's so that there is Andre Heimgartner, or it could be Lance Hughes in the car at the moment, and that's the Hamilton Ashfelt's sponsored Holden Commodore from the TLX New Zealand touring car class, and he is that now is running an LS7 Chevy under the bonnet of that. So that has got some serious horsepower in that. They've had a special engine built for this endurance racing, so that car could be a threat as well during the event. Although having said that, once again, he's going to suffer the same problems that the Chester Commodore will suffer, is the tighter part of the track. It's coming onto the track now. That's the Dave Strong and the little Honda Civic, I should say, one of the four-door Civics. Quite a few of them in the field this weekend. Now we're watching the Kent Bagent Simon Lucas in the BMW 135i. It's the 3.5 litre 1 Series BMW, and Kent Simon, good mates. A very fast car, that one. And we go back to the Heimgartner Hughes Commodore with the Chester Commodore. As they're going through turn 7 now. give you some times now and tell you who's placed where, so it gives you an idea. And so unfortunately our lead car, the fastest car on track at the moment, can't tell you who it is because the transponder's not giving me a name, but all I can tell you is in second position it's Clark Proctor in the Nissan GTR, in front of Andre Mortimer and Warwick Mortimer in the BMW M3 GTR. From Tim Martin in another one of the Skylines, and then Lance Hughes in the Commodore, or Hughes and then it is the Foster Reed Audi from the Fillmore Gaunt Ferrari, and then it is the GD3 Cup car of Simon Skeets and James Fitzpatrick.
I'm here with Matt Griffin, who's driving the BMW in the 1 hour this weekend. So, Matt, how did you go in qualifying this morning?
Very well, thank you, Lucy. It's my first time in a really fast car, in the wet even, so I'm just trying to keep the thing on the track, keep it straight. I just want to look after my tyres because we've got a long race, so I only did about 3 or 4 laps and I'm happy with my results, so we'll go from there.
Excellent. And so you've been doing quite a lot of driving in the BMWs lately. Can you just tell people what background you've come from and where you see yourself going?
So I've done a lot of racing in the E30 series. I've raced for probably about 5 seasons and I've been lucky enough to win 2 of the championships, so really happy about that. It's all big thanks to my sponsors for getting me here, B&T, Express Hydraulics, Mortimer Motorsport. This is just a real buzz and I'm just so stoked to be here, so it's a big step up for me.
Yeah, excellent. We wish you the best of luck. But going forward for the rest of the year, what have you else got lined up?
Nothing at this stage. I just want to see what happens after this. Hopefully I get a good result. Hopefully someone notices me. I'd really like a GT drive, but we'll just have to hope, I guess. Yeah.
So we've got the race coming up shortly. Obviously the weather isn't looking favourable for this. So what do you think the biggest, the most difficult thing for you out there is going to be today?
Basically just keeping it on the track, because there's a long way to go and you're not going to win it in the first couple of laps, so you might as well just sit back, see what happens. I'm just going to try the best I can. I'm not looking to win, I just want to finish and I'll be happy with that. So yeah.
Yeah, obviously you've got the quick cars out there. We know we've got Matt Whittaker up there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all going to be about management of the race. And
yeah.
You qualified in 4th, so it's a great position for yourself.
Yep.
So hopefully you can push forward from there.
Yeah, hopefully. There's a lot of good names here. Johnny Reed, there's all sorts of big names, so I'm just so thankful to be part of this atmosphere, so it's really cool.
Excellent. Well, we'll let you go and get dry for a couple of minutes before you head on out to the race, and we wish you the best of luck.
Awesome, thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Was that loud enough?
I have no idea. We don't even know if our audio is working.
Would it be better to sit in the truck?
South Island Championship winning car, which is the car of Inky Tulloch, and that was raced by Inky and Johnny Mack. So that one has been hot rodded beyond GD3 though. So now out on track at the moment we're watching Simon Evans and Gene Rollison's Audi R8, and they're just about to put a pass on the Chester Holden Commodore as they go up through the turn 8 heading up towards turn 9. Once we get some times on these guys, I'm picking that they're going to be at the top of the tree. The Trax Ferrari is back out on track, as is the Porter and Proctor GD3 Nissan. Rain is a great leveler, so it's going to be interesting to see how things start panning out here shortly. Looking at our timing sheets, and as a bit of a surprise, there must be a missed time on here because we've got Nick Chester at the top showing a 21.4. It can't be right considering Simon Skeets is the next one with a 133.6. The 2 Audi R8s are up there as well, with Johnny Reed clocking a time of a 33.8 38.98, and Simon Evans a 37.805. Lance Hughes or Andre Heimgartner 39.33. You what?
just ask the questions.
Sure. Yeah.
Neil Foster and Johnny Reid, a very good time there of 1:34.359, and just behind Simon Skeets on a 33.622, which is pretty impressive. Simon driving one of the 997 GT3 Cup cars. Of course, he's got James Kirkpatrick with him as well, so that's an impressive time from those boys.
Hi everyone, we're down here in the pits with Ian Foster, who's just finished qualifying for the 1 hour in his Honda Integra that he's sharing today. So Ian, how did you go qualifying in these testing conditions, shall we say?
I was pretty happy. I didn't spin, so that was good. Yeah, car's going awesome. I haven't actually seen my time, but I think it was pretty good. We're pretty happy.
So obviously, with the conditions like this, how are you feeling for the race today?
I'm a little bit worried about the windows fogging up, which they were in qualifying. So, but yeah, apart from that, car felt just magic, and I was amazed how much grip the tyres had. So really great, really good.
Right, so everyone who's watching now, some people may not know who you are. So if you just want to give us a quick background as to your extensive racing career, shall we say?
I don't know about that, but yeah, I've done about 18 years in Formula First, and still racing in that. And Marty McCulloch, the owner of the cars, invited us along, and just having a marvellous time, and really a privilege to be here, so it's great.
Excellent, good to hear. So if you want to just tell us a bit more about your car now, you said you're driving the Honda Integra.
So it's a Honda Integra, it's a Class 3 2-litre car. They do in the dry about a 44 around here, 1 minute 44, so pretty competitive, and lots of fun, really great fun to drive.
Excellent, well thank you very much. So we'll let you stay dry, maybe warm up a little just before the race is about to start, and we'll catch up with you afterwards.
Thanks so much, Lisa.
No worries.
Thank you.
Take care, guys.
See ya.
The Audi R8, and then we go back to Lance Hughes and Andre Heimgartner in the Holden Commodore TLX from just in front of Clark Proctor and Andrew Porter in the Nissan GT3R. And then it's car number 135, which is another one of the Skylines, Tim Martin and Dean Farmer and Stephen Farmer. They're coming into we just had a change around, as we said. They're in 8th position. There's Andre Mortimer, Warwick Mortimer in 9th from Callum Quinn and Simon McLennan, and they're in 10th position, so they're running out the top 10. Then we go back to position 11, which is Brian Symes and Lachlan Fitzpatrick, and they're in the Leon Supercopa, the Seat, and just in front of Huggy Urquhart and Richard Moore in the Super Tourer. Then it's Kent Bogent and Simon Lucas in the BMW 135i. Then we go back to position 14, which is car number 81, Darryl Barrett and Hamish Frew from Christchurch in the Mazda RX-7 V8. They did really well last year too. They, if I remember rightly, I think they might have even won one of the their class in one of the 1 hour, the 3 hour events. So they were going really well. Then we go back to a little bit further to car number 52, which is Paul Wright and Shane Parsons from Hamilton, the Honda CRX. Now they're doing double duty in that car. They're doing the 1 hour and the 3 hour because Paul Wright had his TLX Super Tourer, sorry, his TLX Holden Commodore, and developed an electrical problem in the previous event. Oh, sorry, this morning, so they couldn't run that today. So they're running the Honda in both races. Then we go back to the next man on the road, will be Paul Wright and Shane Parsons. Sorry, no, just been them. Darryl Clark will be the next man up. Car number 54, and he's partnered by Malcolm Nile, and they're in another one of the Seat Leon Super Copas. So they're coming through in 17th position. In 18th, it is Dave and Matt Dovey in the Ford Falcon, and that's an ex. I think that's that's an ex New Zealand Championship winning car. That I'm just not quite sure on that one. Okay, so next up from there we go back to the David Grigor and Gavin Yort in the first of the Honda Civics, just in front of Hayden and Preston Johnson in their Honda S2000. Then we go back to car 95, which is Stefan Calcourt and Robert Young, and another Honda, an Integra this time, and just there in front of Marty McCullough and Ian Foster in another Honda Integra. Then it's Travis Strong, car number 2. And Trevor's partnered with Noel Anderson, actually. So Noel Anderson and Trevor Strong together. They're in 23rd. Then it's Brendan Murphy in car number 23, and he's got Brock Cooley with him, and that's another Holden Commodore. So and then rounding up the top 25 is car number 191, which is Scott Smythe and Sean De Beers in a Ford Falcon. So that's how we're running at the moment. Just as we're talking about that, we've got just off here at turn 2, it is the Sarani Camaro of Glenn Smith and John DeVeth. Looking through the side window, I think it's actually John behind the wheel at the moment. So they're fairly close to us at turn 2. So we've got just on 8 minutes and 50 seconds left to run in this qualifying session. As John tries to get the big Camaro off the grass. Slick tyres and 600 or 700 horsepower Chevy V8 don't kind of work too well. Although he actually looks like he might have a broken right rear suspension. From here, that right rear wheel looks at a funny angle. So we'll see if I can get our cameraman to zoom in on that. Oh, we've actually red flagged the session, so we've got as much zoom as we can possibly get. But if you look at that right rear wheel, it looks like it's a little bit askew. So he could have a problem there. But it's brought a red flag out, so everybody will be back into pit lane. And we'll just see if there's any times at the top of the sheets. Yep, we're going to take it that Nick Chester's time is not actually real. I think that's a glitch on the computer system's part, because I can't see that Camaro doing those sort of lap times, or Commodore doing those sort of lap times on these conditions. So that means that it's Simon Evans and Gene Rollison have gone to the top of the sheets with a 1:33.354. Okay, I'm just getting a message in my ear from race control that we've had we're going to have a delay on the start of the 1 hour race while we have to get this session. We have to complete this session because this is the one where two drivers have to qualify, and they need the time to do that in. We've got this car stuck in the middle of the track here, so that is going to give us a bit of a delay. Happening, and yeah, there's definitely an issue, and that actually is Glenn Smith in the Camaro. and he's the car's owner. So John DeVeth is he's a very good mate. They're very good friends, the two of them, and so they share both this car and John's Super Tourer in the 1 hour race. Glenn's looking at that right rear wheel with a bit of interest. So this will be a lifted tow back to the pits. So this is going to give us a good 5 or 10 minute delay, and then we will resume the qualifying session for the 3 hour, but that unfortunately is going to delay the start of the 1 hour by about 10 minutes. Okay, we've got something going on in the pits with Huggy Urquhart and James and Glenn Moore's, Richard Moore's car, bonnet up, and it's mechanic there trying to figure out whether he needs a haircut or not, I think. But so just the bonnet's back down on it, so they've got the blower on it.
Well, it can't get too hot today, can it?
No, that's right. We're getting some calls from the cheap seats here, and that's our director, Adam Jones, throwing his 2 cents worth in. Being an extremely experienced race driver that he is, he can make split-second decisions on what's occurring on track.
Oh dear, I have to answer that one. I have to come back to you on that one, John.
Okay, so it appears they're sending him back, and just in behind them you can see the Callum Quinn Commodore. They're sharing the same garage, same crew this weekend. So Callum teamed up with Simon McLennan. So that's a strong driver pairing as well. And here's the mighty, look at this thing, the mighty SsangYong Super Tourer. So it's this is a SsangYong Ute that they've plucked off the yard, and basically they've stripped out a Super Tourer Commodore and put all the bits into this Ute, this little SsangYong Ute. So you've now got a SsangYong Ute with a 7-litre Chevy V8 under the bonnet of it.
Running repairs.
Race tape.
If you want to refer to the live stream, well, you can actually.
But not that live stream, exactly.
Okay, I've just had a call from race control that the session has now been called. So this session has been called, and that means the 1 hour race will probably start on time. So for some strange reason, so we'll come back to you in the not too distant future with what's about to occur next. The session's been called, so the safety car is going to lead these cars, because they were sitting at their end of pit lane waiting to go out. So the safety car is going to lead them around and bring them back to pit lane. And that means that the 1 hour race will be getting started on time. Okay, pit lane is about to open for our 1 hour race, and they'll be coming around and they'll be forming up, positioning on the grid for the start of the Eneos 1 hour race, North Island Endurance Series. And just a reminder of Eneos oils, our major suppliers in NASCAR, MotoGP, Rallycross. So unfortunately for
Yeah, we are a bit out of the game.
those of you out in internet land, the weather here is starting to deteriorate to the point where we're having a few troubles seeing out of the window here with one of our main cameras. So we apologise for the blurry view. It's nothing to do with the camera, it is the rain on the windows. So our 1 hour cars are just about heading out of pit lane now. They're heading out for their positioning lap. They'll form up on the grid proper, and they'll want to do a rolling start.
Good, thank you. Race is about to start. Lucy,
Yeah, the guys.
Okay, so we can see them lining up in pit lane now, and we've got
Andrew on the
we've
wall,
actually
please,
got-
for race start.
we've actually
Andrew on the wall for race start. Lucy, come in, please.
Okay, the call is out, pit lane is open, and the 1 hour cars are now heading out on the track for the Eneos 1 hour Enduro. And it's Matt Whitaker leads them out. They'll go around for the formation lap, their positioning lap I should say, onto the grid proper, and then we'll be underway. So as soon as they get out on the grid, I'll give you their grid positions and who's starting where. Okay, so just checking up on our grid now as they're forming up. Now I apologise to those people who are watching online. For the rain on the window here, it's very hard to see through the screen, but that's the best we can do. On pole, it is Matty Whitaker in the 991 Porsche, and he's just waiting for second place to form up there. And I've now got a grid appeared up on my screen, so I can give you that right now. That will be the second place on the grid will be showing car number 6. Okay, that's Tom Stokes, and the Toyota 86 is going to start on the front row, which I find quite amazing, but there we go. Cal McBeath did very well to qualify in 3rd position. No, I didn't think it was. It is going to be Ian Hare in the Porsche on the 3rd row. Sorry, on the 2nd position. It will be Andrew Nugent in the Burrows seating. BMW M3 GTR will start out of 3. Then we go back to the Porsche, the little Toyota of Chris Henderson out of the South Island, and then it's Tim James in his 997 GT3. Then it is the DeVeth Smith Holden Super Tourer. Then we go back to Rick Cooper in the Ford Mustang. Alongside him, it is Dean Perkins in the XD Ford Falcon with the NASCAR motor under the bonnet. Then we go back to another one of the Commodores, and that looks like it's going to be Blair McDonald, and alongside him it's Alistair Taylor in another one of the Porsches. A little bit further back from them, it's car number 36. That will be the Subaru of Nick Archibald, and alongside him will be car number 17, Jack Milligan in the Toyota 86. Now the distinctive noises of the flat 6 Porsches as they head off the line, heading down towards turn 1. And so as they come through a little bit further back, it's Graham Fraser there in the little BMW just in front of Tom Stokes, and another one of the 86s. Then it is Paul Wright and Shane Parsons in the Honda CRX. And right down the back of the field here is a little BMW E30, car number 56. That's David O'Connor from Towering on the BMW E30. Just in front of the Jeff Wong, Robert Berger and Ferrari 430 Challenge. Now they'll go around, this will be a rolling start. Following the Dale ITM Porsche safety car. Right, as they head down the straightaway now towards us, the safety car pulls away. Although no, they're going to do another lap behind the safety car. The lights are still going. So usually in wet conditions they do an extra familiarisation lap. Okay, so now this is the formation lap. The safety car lights will go out as he comes down the straightaway towards turn 13 into the chase, and or the carousel, I think they're now calling it, and it will be they will be underway on a 1 hour race. The pit window opens within 10 minutes and it closes at the 50-minute mark. So starting at the front row, it's Matt Whitaker within here, alongside him, right in behind him, Andrew Nugent and Chris Henderson. Then we go back to Tim James, John DeVeth. That's where the action is going to happen in the start. So the lights are out on the safety car, and it is now in the hands of Matt Whitaker as they head down into the carousel. And they'll be underway for 1 hour. Here we go, folks. The first race of the Eneos New Zealand North Island Endurance Championship for 2017 is about to get underway. And the lights are out and they are go, and it's off the line, and it is Matt Whitaker already into the lead, but Ian Hare's putting the pressure on him down into turn 1. And a big spray as they go down there. Everybody heads down under brakes now. They're well spread out. They're all taking it very gingerly into that corner. They were told in drivers briefing that to take it easy and respect each other. And up through the turn 2, they go. Matt Whitaker already stamping his authority on this. Look at that 991 just gapped the GT3 behind him. Rick Cooper, the fantastic start from Rick Cooper. Oh no, sorry, it's not. It is Andrew Nugent in the Burrows seating BMW. He's up into 3rd place. That's where he started. Then we go back to Chris Henderson, our South Island visitor, in his Toyota AE86. Then it's Tim James with Rick Cooper in behind him. John DeVeth is the next man up. And where's... I'm looking for Dean Perkins. Where is the big Falcon? The Falcon's, he's dropping down through the field like a stone. There's just no way he can get the traction in that big Ford Falcon. You can see him now just going down into turn 7. Right in there, he's right in behind the little BMW, the Mortimer Racing BMW with Matty Griffin behind the wheel. Up they go now, virtually out of our sight, into the rain and the doom and the gloom of here at Taupo. This was supposed to have cleared, and we've already got a spinner. That's Jeff Wong in the Ferrari 430 Ferrari here and he would now be the last man running on the track as he spins coming out of turn 7. Meanwhile, Matt Whitaker through the carousel has got an absolute country mile of a lead as the big Porsche thunders across the line to complete the first lap of 1 hour. Next man through will be in here. Here he's come through second, and that's a big gap after 1 lap. He's the next man through, but I tell you what, it's pretty tight and close. But though for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th there, with Andrew Nugent keeping the BMW, the Porsche of Hare very honest, and then right in behind him, that amazing little Toyota AE86 Levin is right on the back door bumper of that BMW. Then we go back to Tim James and the Porsche. Rick Cooper doing a great job there in his Ford Mustang. And then we look a little bit further back and I can see John DeVeth gets the tail so out of shape in the big Holden Commodore as he goes through turn 2. That rain's really driving down now, and I can't see virtually anything out of the window here at Taupo Motorsport. Sorry, Bruce McLaren Motorsport. I can see Dean Perkins though wagging the tail of the big XD Ford Falcon as he goes up into turn 4, and that's Dino's style. He's having a great scrap there with Barry Kirkpanan in the 302 Ford Mustang. Little BMW comes across the line in second to last place as we've lost. Actually, Jeff Wong has pulled the Ferrari in off the track, and he's going to come into pit lane. This is going to be an unscheduled stop because the pit window hasn't opened yet. Now I know he'll be wanting to jump out of the car and throw the keys to Rob Bergeron, but not to be. And already we've got Matt Whitaker putting a lap on a back marker. And who's this? This would be the big, this is one of the Ford Falcons coming across the start-finish stripe there. That's car number 351, that's Bruce Kett. He will, and that's the car we call the Shed. It's actually a Ford Falcon, but it's got a Chevy engine under the bonnet. An LS6. So So in good Kiwi fashion, we've called that car the Shed. So back to our front runner, and that's Matt Whitaker. Look at the gap he's opened up here. Here's our second place man now, coming through turn 2 with third and fourth riding behind him as our first place man goes through turn 7. I mean, that's an amazing lead within 2 laps from I'm just having a call in my ear that there's a caution at turn 4. Can't actually see what's causing that. So let's give you some lap times to tell you just sort of how fast or slow they're going. Considering Matt Whitaker was in the 33s in qualifying, he's out there doing 39s at the moment, so that tells you how much slower he is. But to give you an idea how much faster he is than Ian Hare in second place, Ian's on a 47.826 with Andrew Nugent right in behind him on a 47.520. So these guys are very close together. Chris Henderson on a 48.59 and Tim James on a 49.2. That group is really tight, and the second place so we're just having a bit of a reposition of cameras here at the moment to try and get away from this rain on the windows.
Yeah, that's a better shot.
So current running order in the race at the moment is Matt Whitaker with a lead of some 28 seconds over Ian Hare after only four laps. So that's sorry, 3 laps. So 4 laps as he comes across the line. So that's pretty impressive. But then there's a very close fight scrap going on here between, and oh, it looks like, hang on a minute, we've got a change of place. We're Andrew Nugent up into first position from, I'm just trying to pick up Ian Hare. Where is he? He must have had, I think he's had an off. Yep, here he comes now. He's dropped well down the field. So he must have had a spin somewhere out on track, because our second place man now is Andrew Nugent in the BMW M3 GTR with Chris Henderson in that amazing little toy. Look at that little thing behind him. It's just an absolute rocket ship. And I don't think Andrew's ever seen a Toyota that quick stay with him that fast. But then there's a little bit of a gap back then to Tim James in the other 997 GT3. And then Rick Cooper is a little way, and Rick Cooper's really doing well there with that Mustang. That can't be easy to drive that car in these conditions. And he's right up there with those, not right with them, but he's very close to those Porsches at the pointy end. Keep an eye here on Matt Griffin, and just trying to pick up where he is in the field at this point in time. And Matt Griffin currently running 19th position, so just learning the car, dialing it in, and he's driving the Pacific Resorts car. Great shame. I've noticed Richard G didn't start the race, which is a great shame. I'd love to have seen Richard out there. And it's Rob Bergeron and Jeff Wong are the last car running on the road at the moment, just behind Bruce Kett in the 351 Falcon, and then Dave O'Connor in the little BMW E30 in 29th position at this point in time. So that battle is still going on there between Andrew Nugent and Chris Henderson. Great little scrap between those two, and that will be worth keeping an eye on throughout this race. Here comes Dean Perkins in the big Ford Falcon across the start-finish line now, and Dean's running in 9th position, so he dropped down the field a bit at the beginning, and he's just thundered his way back through the field now. And we've got somebody running through the grass down here and through the gravel trap, and we're going to hopefully rejoin quite safely. And who's that? That's one of the little Toyota 86s. That was car number 22. And I've just had it through my headset that the pit window is open. So now we'll start seeing strategy come into play now, between especially between that bunch in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. It doesn't matter what Matt Whitaker's going to do. All he's got to do is just keep driving that Porsche around at the rate he's driving it, and he's probably going to, I'm picking he'll probably lap the entire field in the 1 hour race. He's going that quick at the moment. He is currently circulating, although tell a lie, he's actually backed off in the last few laps. He's backed it right off. He's come back down into the 47s. So he's still circulating just on a 2nd lap faster than Andrew Nugent and Chris Henderson in 2nd and 3rd position. Whoa, we got a big spinner on the front straight here, right in front of us. That is, who's that? It's Tim James, car number 27, our 3rd place man. And he's got the car turned right around on the start-finish line, and he's up against the barrier. He's got it going again. And luckily, he didn't touch anything. But I think there could be a pit stop there to change his underwear after that one, because that would have given him a big fright coming out of that corner to spin down the front straight like that and end up, and if you look at the sign there, the WC security sign, you can see 2 big dirt marks off there where he's fired up the rear wheels and just, and we got 2 more, we've got 2 coming off at the end of the front straight here, or sorry, the back straight, and that's, I can see that is Charles Rollo in the OCL Telecommunications Toyota. He's gone off, and it was one of the Porsches as well. Couldn't pick the number up from here. It was one of the white ones. It's just come past us near. It's car number 88. That's Alistair Taylor. So Taylor and Rollo had a little bit of a moment together as they came down that long straightaway and have ended up in the up the escape road. Now, Charles Rollo drove back up the escape road to join the track, and that is a bit of a no-no. So I'm not sure how that will be reviewed and race control. And I can report that the weather is starting to ease a little bit here now. I can actually see the hills on the other side of Lake Taupo. Was picked that the weather would clear this afternoon, so we're certainly praying for the 3 hour that it's going to clear. Mind you, this time last year we couldn't even see the racetrack. The fog was that thick down here, so we're doing quite well today. Jeff Wong there having a little bit of a problem. He's I think he's definitely given himself a fright in that Ferrari, and he's driving right off the racing line, trying to get out of everybody's way, but he's driving very, very slowly. So I think he'll get that around as quick as he can back to the compulsory pit windows open now, and he'll hopefully get it back to the pits and Rob Bergeron will take over. Now a bit of a dry line starting to appear in different cut places on the track, so this is the time when you're going to start watching people like Dean Perkins, who's currently, his last lap was his fastest lap with a 51.33. So he's, as you can see, he's still about 5 seconds a lap off of the lead Porsches. But when things start drying out, then that could change quite dramatically. Okay, here we've got to go. Look at this. We've got a dice for position here. This is Chris Henderson and he put the pass on too. Brilliant driving there by Chris Henderson in the little Toyota AE86. He's just got past so he's got past Andrew Nugent in the Burrow seating BMW M3. And I tell you what, I think Andrew's just thrown in the towel there. He's not even attempting to fight back. And already Chris has just opened up a gap on him. So just looking at the lap times, I can't see that no, Andrew hasn't dropped any lap time at all, so I think Chris has just fired it up and just bit the bullet and gone for it. So there we are. We've had a change of position at the top now. We've had 3 people in second position on the track now. It started off, it was Ian Hare was at the start of the race, held down second position, then he lost it somewhere up the top of the track, which we missed that action, and it was Andrew Nugent took over in the Burrow seating BMW, and now Chris Henderson from the South Island in that fantastic little Toyota has taken, and we've got another look, and it's Jeff Wong gone around again. The Ferrari 430 Challenge has lost it at turn 5, and that could cause a bit of a problem. He looks like he could be stuck. And if he's curbed it up there, that's going to bring out a safety car. So they've thrown a yellow out at turn 5, so they're obviously waiting. He's having trouble getting it started, I think. Meanwhile, we're looking at a bit of a scrap going on here between Matt Whitaker and Ian Hare. And Matt Whitaker's about to try and put a lap on Ian Hare. Ian Hare's having none of that. He's not going to let him pass if he can help it. But unfortunately, 991's just got too much squirt in a straight line and just blasts past Hare. Meanwhile, Jeff Wong's really actually sort of getting himself more stuck as he goes at turn 5. And he's just trying to get out of that hole there. Doesn't appear to be moving anywhere though. Oh, no, if he sits there much longer, they're going to throw a safety car on this one. And the moment that safety car comes out, you watch them dive for the pits. They'll be coming in there like there's no tomorrow. Oh, we got another one gone round at turn 7. Who's that? I'm looking from here. It looks like it is. It's John DeVeth in the. Well, that Ferrari is still stuck in the mud up there at turn 5. No, actually, I'll take it back. That wasn't John DeVeth. I can't pick out who that other one was. Bear in mind, folks, I am having trouble seeing through these windows up here where there's that much rain on them. And the Ferrari still sits there. I haven't heard anything in my ear yet about safety car, but we have had a pit stop here for. Okay, we just had call safety car is on standby. And we've got somebody coming out of pit lane now. That looks like it could be Bruce Kett in the Falcon. It is. Bruce Kett's done his pit stop. He's probably going to regret that because the safety car I'm picking is going to be out any time soon. Oh, hang on. It looks like Jeff Wong's got it moving. Only just. Okay, so there we go. Jeff Wong got the Ferrari going again, and he'll get that back to the pit lane, I would say, and hand over to Rob Bergeron. Meanwhile, leader is still Matt Whitaker with a distance now of just on a lap, I think. Just wait for the times to come through as our second place cars come through here. There's already a gap of just on 3 seconds between Chris Henderson and Andrew Nugent. So Blair McDonald comes across the line in 11th position in his Super Tourer. Okay, so the gap now between Chris Henderson and, or Matt Whitaker and Chris Henderson is just on 39 seconds. There's a 39-second gap between first and second place. That's effectively an entire pit stop. So we just have to wait and see what. Although I've got to say they're going to be getting out of the cars and running around on wet concrete. So. So I'm currently trying to pick up where the fights with all the little Toyota 86s are. And the first one of those I think I can pick up is, looks like it's sitting in a position around about it's actually Ben McDonald in the little number 35 car, the McDonald Halligan Motors sponsored car. I think he's the first of the Toyota 86s at the moment. And one of those just made a pit stop now. I'm just trying to pick up who that was coming in the pit lane. Our lead car across the start-finish stripe one more time, Matt Whitaker. We're now 37 minutes and 45 seconds, sorry, 22 minutes into the race with 37 left to go. Yeah, I take it back. Our first Toyota 86 is Jack Milligan. Actually, no, sorry, he's been passed by Blair McDonald. So Blair McDonald is the first of the, Jack Milligan is the first of the Toyota 86s. And he's doing a great job, actually. He's up in front of some very quick cars. Let's pick it up. So who's sitting in front of? He's sitting in front of Alistair Taylor in one of the Porsches, Charles Rollo in the Toyota 86, Tom Stokes, another 86, sorry, Charles Rollo in the turbocharged Toyota Levin. And Darryl Clark in one of the Seat Leones. So he's doing a great job there. And once again, the rain's starting to come down harder again, which making life a tad difficult for us up here. We can't actually see much because the rain is that heavy on the window. Good fight going on here on the front straight between the Super Tourer of John DeVeth and Glenn Smith and the little WRX of Nick Archibald. And these guys, this is for territory. These guys. Oh, John DeVeth, they've turned the big Commodore around just as I said. The Subaru was about to. They were fighting for territory. And all of a sudden, the back end of that big Commodore just snapped sideways, and Archibald was through like a flash. Thank you very much. I'm gone. So so that fight that was starting to shape up has certainly gone the way of the Holden Commodore at this point in time. So whilst I peer into the gloom, I'm trying to find other fights out there. Just looking at looking at the on track at the moment, Tom Stokes is leading the Toyota 86 battle, and he's just in front of Matt Griffin in the BMW M3 GTR, and then you got Ben McDonald right in behind him in the other Toyota 86. So those little Toyota 86s are sandwiching a V8 BMW at the moment. Bear in mind, this is Matt's first drive of this car, and probably not the ideal conditions for him. A very capable young man behind the wheel of a motor car. He won the E30 BMW Challenge 2 years in a row. But there is a considerable difference in performance and handling between a BMW E30 and a full-blown race M3 GTR. Stokes goes past in the Toyota 86. There's Griffin comes past us now, and then Ben McDonald not too far behind as he just gets past on the road by Blair McDonald. And incidentally, Blair McDonald in the Super Tourist set his fastest lap that lap. So we got, okay, so what have we got? Oh, that one's filming that.
Yeah. And I can move a bit this one, so 4 and 5, and that's pretty much it. We'll have 7. This one. But we'll have 7.
Well, we can't do, yeah, well, it is what it is, I suppose.
Yeah. But, you know, if you have something in a 4 and 5, then a chase, you know that
Yeah,
you're gonna be on.
yeah. The problem I've got, hang on, I'm see our lead car there of Matt Whitaker heading down into turn 7 now. He's about to round up car number 88, which is Alistair Taylor, one of the sister cars in that team. And then his next victim up the road will be Charles Rolo as they head up towards the turn 9. This is fucking... Okay, Shane Parsons and Paul Verright have just made their first change. I believe it's Shane Parsons will be in the car now. Matty Griffin comes across the line, currently still sitting down in, let's pick it up, in 22nd position at this point in time. Although he's got himself in front of Tom Stokes and Ben McDonald. So he's managed to break that out of that Toyota 86 sandwich. And I can see Tim James now looming up. So currently sitting in third position now is Rick Cooper in the Ford Mustang, and right in behind him it is Tim James, and you can see those two now. They're going through turn 7, heading down towards turn 7 now, and there's the Cooper in the Mustang at the front. James in the Porsche right in behind him. A little bit further back there, you can see Gary Morrell there in his little Honda. He's down a couple of laps, obviously, and then there's Ben McDonald comes through in the McDonald Halligan Motors sponsored little Toyota 86. But let's keep an eye on that fight that's going on up there between the Mustang of Rick Cooper and the Porsche 997 GT3 of Tim James, because it's actually quite an interesting fight. It just proves how good a driver Rick Cooper is to keep a Mustang in front of a Porsche 997 GT3 in these conditions. So I can see, I'm just watching the Burrows seating car of Andrew Nugent, the BMW, and he's dropped well down the field, so he must have had a very long pit stop. He was down in 9th position, and who we had just into the pits there now was, saw one of the Porsches come in. See Charles Rollo's come in, oh, with the front hanging off of the Toyota Levin, so he's hit something, and the right front guard hanging off of that. That wasn't looking very pretty at all. Dean Perkins currently up in the 13th position in the big Ford Falcon, now doing reasonably good times in the 47s. Devath goes past with Ian Hare right behind. Here's another on-track fight between two good mates. This is Ian Hare and John Devath, and they're fighting over 6th and 7th position as they go through turn 2 now, heading up towards turn 4 and 5. And that fight between James and Cooper carries on as Cooper puts a lap on Barry Kirkman. Interesting that Barry bought that Mustang because Cooper's one beat him last year in the 1 Hour Enduro Series. And then when he got it back here, he found out that Rick had another 100 horsepower under the bonnet of his one than he's got. So Barry's got some money to spend, I think. Yeah, we've got a car off up at turn 12 at this point in time. Dean Perkins moved up another position. He's got himself past Andrew Nugent, who's obviously got issues with his BMW. Oh, we've got a spinner here coming into the halfway through the carousel. Just trying to pick, I think it's car number 60, I'm not sure. Has he got himself going again? He has. Let's have a look. It is car number 60. And I'm just trying to pick up who that is on screen. That's Jeff Manx in the little Toyota 86. Had a spin there, and I'll tell you what, we've actually got sunshine out on the track at the moment, which is great news. And our lead car goes across the stripe one more time to chalk up his 22nd lap. We've got 22 minutes left to run in the race. I see the OCL car back out on track again, that one of Charles Rollo with a heavily taped up front. Matt Griffin goes across the line in front of me here in the Pacific Resorts sponsored Mortimer Racing. Car number 88 just comes out of pit lane now. Matt Griffin currently in 16th position, though, so climbing his way up the field, just in behind Rollo in the. Oh, look at this fight between James and down into turn 1. This is going to get tight down here. Oh, James puts the pass on Rick Cooper as a Porsche comes out of pit lane. That could have got really ugly. Cooper had the sense to just pull back out of it and let James have that bit of track. The problem is he's got holding the Porsche behind him will be one thing, that would have meant, but he getting that Mustang back in front of the Porsche in these conditions is going to be very, very hard. There's our second place man, Chris Henderson, goes across the line, that little Toyota Corolla. Rick Cooper now been moved back to fourth. And the DeVeth Smith Commodore now up into fifth position, but has got the Graham Fraser BMW not that far behind him. You can see the little orange BMW E36 out there, and not that far behind the big Commodore. And they got, mind you, got Ian Hare in that argument as well. Now this is over position here, so Fraser's been displaced by Ian Hare. And you can see the number 80 Porsche there going through turn 9, chasing the number 23 Farmland-sponsored Holden Commodore as they head up past the club rooms. And it will be the... this is going to turn into an interesting fight in the next lap or two. We'll wait for them to come back into view again. Here they are down the long straightaway now. You see them coming down into the carousel now, and that is the there's the Holden Commodore, the Super Tourer, and there's the 997 right in behind him. As they come through the carousel, they're going to come onto the main straight any second now. They'll fire their way down the front straight. You will see the big Commodore heading down towards the turn 1 now. Right in behind him, it is going to be the Porsche, and this is for position on track. This is for 5th and 6th position. And there's your second place man going through turn 1 at the moment. So he's nigh on just about to lap them again. So up through turn 4, heading down to 5. You can see the Porsche takes a lot of ground out of the Super Tourer in that twisty part of the track. Once you get onto the big open straight, then that 7 litre under the bonnet opens up, and it's kind of blows a little 3.5 litre Porsche 6-cylinder into the weeds in a straight line. Out of turn 7 they come now, and I tell you what, Ian Hare's getting very close to the back bumper of the DeVeth Commodore as they go up through turn 9 now. And there's back marker, that's Barry Kirkman sitting just in front of them. Look at Hare, he's getting very close now, he's getting very close to the back of the DeVeth Commodore. And they go out of our sight. We're waiting to go around turn 13 to the top of the track, and they'll head back down. I'm picking the Commodore may hold him out around that top part. Here they come back into view now, and it is still the Commodore. You'll see them coming down the end of the straight now. They're coming into the carousel. Bearing in mind this is for 5th and 6th position in the race. And you can see the distance of that Commodore opens up on the Porsche in a straight line. Onto the front straight they come now, heading down towards turn 1. There's the Farmlands Holden Commodore with the Porsche 997 in behind him. And we've only got 7.5 minutes now left before the pit lane closes, so those that haven't done it are going to need to get it done pretty soon. But look at this fight going on between this Porsche and this Commodore now, heading down towards turn 7. I tell you what, Ian Hare's close enough to have a sniff. It's not the best taking place on this track, but it can be done. And he gets, DeVeth gets out wide, Hare's up the inside, uses the power of that Porsche over the back wheels to just launch himself out of the corner. That's the one strength those Porsches have got, is they're very quick out of the corners with that engine hanging over the back wheels. And he managed to get that done on DeVeth. DeVeth was a little bit wide off that corner, and Ian Hare saw the gap and just took it. So there we go, we've got to change the position now. We're running order on the road is Matt Whitaker in the 991 Porsche, from Chris Henderson in the AE86 Toyota, from Tim James in his Porsche, who's got displaced Rick Cooper. Then we've got Ian Hare in his Porsche, who's replaced John DeVeth in the Super Tourer. We go back to Graham Fraser, who's had a quiet race in the little BMW E36 M3. He's holding now 7th place. He's been there virtually the whole race. Then we go back to, and Dean Perkins now up into 8th position. So the Big Falcon starting to, there must be a bit of a dry line appearing in that Big Falcon's managing that horsepower down to the ground. And he's just, so he's taken a place away. Then we go back to Simon Ellingen in car number 33, and rounding out the top 10 is Barry Kirkman in the Mustang. So he's got himself up in the top 10, so that's a cool run. Okay, so Matty Whitaker's in the pits in the 991, the lead car. Now, bearing in mind he was just about a minute and 36 seconds ahead of Chris Henderson, so basically he's got time to come in, get out the car, go have a cup of tea, and then still... oh, we got somebody off, Bruce Kett off at the carousel. So our second place man's just made his pit stop as well. As our looking for our lead car, come across the start finish strip. Where is he?
Beautiful shot, bud. Just watch that black wrap coming in front of Kip. Yeah, get it right. Nice. Live Henrik. No bad shot.
Okay, so just coming out of pit lane now is John DeVeth in the Farmlands sponsored. Actually, I think it's Glenn Smith behind the wheel now. I think DeVeth would have been out, was in the car earlier on. I think it's now Smith in. And we've only got a couple of minutes left to go before the pit lane closes. And I tell you what, Blair McDonald can see his opportunity there, having a crack at DeVeth, because you can, Smith and the other Commodore, as you can see them going up through turn 4 now into 5. The two Super Tourers together with our 10th place man, Barry Kirkman, sitting in behind him. Looking for our lead car. Who we got here? We've got one of the little Toyota 86s is off at turn 3. Okay, Ian Hare in the pits now in his Porsche. So this is the man who was tying down 5th position. So the question is now, can Smith and DeVeth get back past him again? This was the fight that we saw earlier on that was going on. I'm looking for him as he's underway, so he should have nailed this. DeVeth can't be too far away. Where are they? So the Porsche coming out of pit lane. And I'm looking to see where the DeVeth Commodore is. I can't see it at this point in time. Where is he? He's a long way away. So wherever, here they are, they're coming down the end of the carousel now. It looks like they've got Matty Whitaker in behind them as Ian Hare comes out of the pit. So that's a massive gain to Ian Hare. That's a huge gain to Ian Hare. And he was... Kel McVeith comes past us in the panels. Haven't seen Kel for a while. Let's see where he's sitting in the race. He's currently sitting down in 21st position, Kel, in the panels.
7, beautiful.
Live deal. We're live deal.
Okay, we've got a car right off at over at the turn 5 at the moment. That was one of the 86 Toyotas. In fact, I think that might have been our lead Toyota. Just trying to pick that up. As it comes back on track now. It is car number, pick the number up from this distance, but I've got a funny feeling that was our leading Toyota 86. So in all that exchange, Dean Perkins is now up to 6th position with 1 minute left to go. I don't think Dean's made a pit stop yet. So, and he's just gone past us now. So up into 4th position. So he hasn't made his pit. He cannot have made his pit stop. So he's going to get penalised, unfortunately. You can see him now coming through. He's just rounding up on Bruce Catt as they go up through the turn 3, 4, the big red XD Ford Falcon with his tail wagging all over the place. But I think that Dean might have shot himself in the foot here. I think he's missed his compulsory pit stop window.
Live 3.
Nice chase.
Andy's 3.
Oh gosh.
Okay, so I've just had the call in my ear now that the compulsory pit stop window has closed. So if they haven't made the pit stop now, that's it. They're over and done with. And I've got a funny feeling that Dean Perkins might be caught out on that one, because he's currently sitting in 4th position, and with all due respect to him, there's no way that he's going to get that car to that position in these conditions, considering he was right down in about 14th or 15th position earlier in the race. You can see the big Falcon now coming down into the carousel. Let's keep an eye on him. And no, he's not going to make a pit stop this lap either. So he's either done it and we didn't know about it and has gained a huge amount of ground, or he's just not going to do it. So your running order on the road at the moment is Matt Whitaker, and he's got a 1 minute and 1 second gap over Chris Henderson in the little Toyota, who is around about a lap in front of Ian Hare, with Dean Perkins showing in 4th, but I think that position is going to change. Then we go back to Graham Fraser, who's climbed as well. So I don't think Graham's made a pit stop either. Then we go back to Tim James, Rick Cooper, John DeVeth, Nick Archibald, Matt Griffin. That's your top 10. Charles Rollo, that'll be your top 10.
Oh, yeah.
You're getting a bit of a traffic jam down at turn 7 now. You can see Paul Verright and Shane Parsons. I think it's Verright behind the wheel of the little CRX at the moment. And then we've got right in behind him, it's Blair McDonald in the Super Tourer. A little bit further back, and I can see currently our 4th place man Dean Perkins coming across the line now in the Falcon, but I think that position we're just on 7 minutes left to run, and then we will have the first, second, and third place getters will form up on the front row as the team from Fast Files will run down and get some photos and some interviews with them, and then we will have the 3-hour cars will form up on the grid. So that's what's going to happen in the next 10 minutes, quarter of an hour. But we are now have 6 minutes and 30 seconds left to run in this race. Top 10, Matt Whitaker, Chris Henderson, Ian Hare, Dean Perkins, Tim James, Graham Fraser, Rick Cooper, John DeVeth, and Nick Archibald and Matt Griffin. So Matt Griffin done a fantastic job considering he started around about 20th odd position and he's fought his way all the way up there into 10th position. He's doing a great job in the Mortimer Motorsport BMW M3 GTR V8. As we look for, there he is going past us on the start-finish straight now.
Live one. Three, can you find anything going on, breakdowns, anything convincing?
Oh, Bruce Kett has another off at the carousel. The big Ford Falcon just goes straight across the grass and back on the track. Bruce has spent a lot of time on that grass there this afternoon. And as... See, we've got Rob Bergeron will be behind the wheel now of the F430 Ferrari. Going a little bit quicker than Jeff was earlier on.
Thanks, three. Maybe go up to the tower for the checkered flag, camera three. So if you go up in the tower, ask them and ask if you can be there for the checkered flag. Roger. Still live four, going to come to one. Cutting to one now.
Okay, so we're down to 4 minutes, 25 seconds. So it's around about 2.5 laps, 3 laps left in the race. I'm picking. Just trying to pick out where our leader is sitting on the road at the moment. He must, I think he's coming down the long straightaway now, heading towards the carousel. See the lights ablaze there on that beautiful 991. There's a whole gaggle of Porsches there, and Tim James, look at that, we've got 1, 2, 3 Porsches and a Ford Falcon. When do you see 3 GT3 Porsches and an XD Ford Falcon all racing together? And look at the Falcon just lights up and blasts past them down the short straightaway. Into the hairpin they go, and the Porsche just takes the position back again under brakes. So that was just a bit of racing between Tim James and Dean Perkins. And that is for position. You can see the big Falcon now wagging its tail all over the track. Tim James has got past him now. And over through turn 5 goes the Porsche and the Falcon. And see Graham Fraser on screen at the moment in the little, he's currently running in, he's currently running in 6th position. Oh, look at that, and Blair McDonald off in the Super Tourer. Does a great job of holding it though and slides it back on. He comes in behind Devet in his Super Tourer. Oh, I tell you what, he's having a devil's own job getting that thing back on the track. Now he's back on, so it's...
Maybe you need to, is there a place you can get to down the stairs? Oh, okay, scratch that then. Just find us get a shot through.
We're waiting now for 2 minutes, 23 seconds. Just trying to pick where our lead car is now. Here he comes across the start-finish line. So he'll get one more lap. Also there'll be one plus this one. Here goes Perkins past us in the big Falcon.
We are live on one. Follow the Falcon, please. The red car, follow it. No, please follow.
The big Falcon now heads okay, now we've got the
go through the window where you were before, looking down the track so we can see everything.
you see our lead car now going through the turn 7 hairpin. And
because you're going to need to go on track for the interviews at 1, 2 and 3. Got that, Lucy?
we're just watching the 991 now as he heads up through the past the clubhouse. And we're looking at some of them coming down, a few of them, all the lights are ablaze now, all people trying to get position away from it. Look at this, a little train of all the Toyota 86s together. Look at this, all 4 of them lined up in a row, and there's young Ben McDonald at the front of them in the McDonald Halligan Motors sponsored car, and all 4 Toyota 86s. I said those guys would get together. This is going to be a great scrap to the finish, these guys. Forget about the lead. There's nothing going to change up the front. Let's keep an eye on these 4 here because they're having some fun. And you've got car number 22 in there, and he's chasing down young Ben McDonald. And look at this, the pass is on. Up into turn 4 they go. McDonald on the inside, the 22 car on the outside, heading down into turn 5. McDonald, he's given it up. He opened the door and let him through. So I told you there'd be fireworks there with those 86s towards the end of the race. They've dropped up the other one now, heading down towards the turn 7. We're looking for our lead car. He will be coming. Where's he coming now? There'll be. That's it. We're now at 0 time. There's our lead car going down, and this is the last lap, folks. So there'll be the checkered flag will be coming out this time round as you're watching our lead car now head up out of the turn 8, heading towards turn 9 now. He's going to go around past the club rooms, and nothing's going to change anywhere else on the track. There's no other positions, although Tim James said his fastest lap on that last lap. Here comes our second place man across the start finish line now, Chris Henderson, all the way from Dunedin in the little Toyota AE86. I don't know what's got on the bonnet, but it's pretty damn powerful to be up there chasing 991 Porsches and being in front of 997s. Here he comes now down into, no, that's Ian here. He's looking for our lead car now. He's coming down into the carousel now. This will be the last lap of the race as they come into the front straight and across the start finish stripe he comes, and there he goes, folks. Checkered flag to Matty Whitaker. That's, I think that's 3 years in a row he might have done that. So and that car, and great driver, great car. Second position in the race will go to Chris Henderson. He's somewhere out on track. We've got to find him now. We're going to pick him up shortly. He will be at the top end of the track. There's
Follow the winning car, please.
Dean Perkins comes across the line. There's the right on the line. Look at this, DeVeth and Cooper, but Cooper got that one. So Cooper took the 6th position from DeVeth in 7th. So that was right on the money on the line. I'm just trying to pick where our second place man is. He's got to be coming into view soon. And Ian Hare will take out 3rd. Ian Hare's gone across the line already. So here comes our second place man now through the carousel. Here he is now, and as he comes down here, and it's Chris Henderson from South Island in the Toyota 86 will take the checkered flag for second place. Well, that's it, folks. That was the first race of the Eneos North Island Endurance Series, the 1 hour. We're going to be back for the 3 hour a little bit later on. So that was cool. And here comes Barry Kirkman to take out 10th position, well deserved to Barry. So we're now going to have the presence of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd place getters will form up on the line. Then we're going to have the 3 hour cars out on the grid for the photo shoot, and we'll be back a little bit later on with the start of the 3 hour race.
race and a half.
Good job.
The old girl does it again. That's a there, isn't it?
We'll just get you to do the sign for us. Yep, we've lost Matt. Looks really organised, this.
Organised chaos.
Sorry, Matt, can we just get you in the shot?
Sure.
Ian, if we can give you a push, can you see down by the one there?
Yep.
When that's pushed back, stand next to it.
Hey Matt, congratulations on your win here today. Obviously, slightly treacherous conditions out there at times. How did it go for you?
It was pretty wet at the start. It dried off a bit, but it was it was pretty smooth sailing really. Not too many issues. Getting through back markers is always fun and tricky. So no incidences, which is good.
Yeah. I mean, you're a current New Zealand champion. I'm sure there's not many people here that'd be surprised to see you at the front here. So congratulations.
Thank
and
you.
what are your plans for the rest of the season?
Well, the Hampton 1 hour, then the Pukekohe 1 hour, whichever way it goes around, and then you'll see what happens from there.
So congratulations again from all of us here.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you at Hampton Downs.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers. I've got Chris. Congratulations, Chris, on such a lovely day here in Taupo. You managed to keep out of trouble there.
Yeah, I've travelled like 24 hours from the South Island to come up here for warm weather, and you do this to me.
Well, to be fair, have you seen the weather at Highlands? It's under snow.
Yeah, hey, we were there last actually. We raced there like 4 weeks ago. It was beautiful. Yeah, they tell me back home I've got a wee bit of weather to go back to. But no, good day, really enjoyed it. The weather just sort of made it a bit more challenging actually. So a bit of an equaliser, and yeah, the wee car did its job. And, yeah, the rose between two thorns, the roller between two Porsches.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we had someone here to split the Porsches, and obviously being second to Matt's never a bad thing here.
Yeah, well, I haven't driven this car here. We've done a lot in the South Island with it, and we normally give a Porsche a hurry up on a good day, but I think you had our measure today. We lost our window wiper halfway in, so...
Yeah, that makes it tricky in these conditions.
Yeah, it was lucky enough with a couple of high-speed straights. It was just enough to clear it, so we're driving by Braille a wee bit, but really good result. Pleased for the guys who put some work in. We only decided 2 weeks ago we're going to come here, so it was a quick bit of a bolt check and replace some bits and on our way.
Excellent. Well, congratulations again, and we look forward to seeing you at the next round.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
You're dying. How's a broken leg? See what happens when you...
No, that's good. That's fine.
Quick race last year.
And we're here with our third place winner, Ian. Congratulations.
Yeah, hi, thanks. No, it's good to be here. We had a little bit of trouble in the first few laps. Had a bit of a spin, so we had to do a lot of work to come from the other back. So pretty happy to come on third. Yeah.
Great. Well, congratulations. And obviously, with the weather as it was today, how did you find it out there?
First few laps were really hard, and then the car got better and better.
Yep.
I mean, got to thank the team. The car's amazing. Would have been really nice to have a fine day, and then we could really show what it could do. But no, we got to the end, and third is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, really pleased with that.
Must be thankful you were in the car. We've been outside.
I was getting wet in the car. I don't know, there's water getting in the car somehow, but yeah.
Excellent, good to hear.
Yes, I was getting wet too, don't worry.
Great. And you'll be doing the rest of the series. We look forward to seeing you at Hampton Downs.
Definitely, yes. No, we've got to catch up with Matt. He's the target.
Yes, the target on his back now.
Yeah, so don't worry, we'll hopefully Australia and
We'll
we can
rein
have
him
another
in.
good run. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, congratulations again, and we look forward to catching up with you soon.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks.
Take care. Yep, I'll see tomorrow, find out whoever the last winners might have been and who they are. Do I look like it? How did he go? In his class?
No, we don't know yet.
Oh, yeah, go. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Top 3 hopefully.
It looked like he's going well. Oh, fuck.
Wet. Fucking cold, mate.
Is it? No.
Oh, a little bit.
Is it? Harden up.
Come and rub something.
Yep, no one down here on the grid knows either. So. Just started raining again.
Cold?
No, it's lovely.
Oh, it's cold. It's never been this cold.
It makes it worse though. If you get rubbish.
No, I've been standing here like this all morning just to keep warm.
You need a coat.
Take it off for this.
Wouldn't want to try eating wontons right now. live, camera live. So John, 1 hour went pretty well, apart from the fact it rained a lot. Tell us what your highlights were.
Well, Matt Whitaker did what Matt Whitaker normally does, and I think after the first lap, I think he had something like about the whole front straight of a lead, and just opened it up and opened it up and opened it up. The guy really impressed me was Chris Henderson from the South Island, from Dunedin, in the little Toyota A86. I'm not sure what's hiding under the bonnet of that thing, but my God, is it quick. There was a great battle earlier on for for second, third, fourth, and fifth, and that sort of petered out after the halfway through the race as the pit stop started happening. There wasn't anything really sort of super exciting happened. It was, I think the weather just played into that really, and there were a few offs, which made it a bit entertaining. But apart from that, it was a pretty standard wet 1 hour race.
So we've got the 3 hour forming up now, and we need to quickly talk about it because you've got race radio now. I don't know how long we've got till kickoff.
About 3 minutes in my ear.
Okay, so we've got 3 minutes. We're going to have to talk really fast on 3 hour race.
Okay, let's get on with
race.
it. Hurry up.
Fastest cars. Let's go.
Okay, well, you've got the guns at the front. Simon Evans and Gene Rollison in the SMEG Audi R8. That's only a year-old car. It's fast. It's the latest kit. It's all singing. It's all dancing. However, it's a 3 hour endurance race. Anything can happen. Sam Fillmore in the Trass Ferrari. He's had 3 seasons under his belt with that car now. He knows it. He drives well, and he's got Dan Gaunt sitting beside him. That's going to be a strong pairing. Then the next one back, you've got Neil Foster, and of course he's got Johnny Reid alongside him. There's going to be some good action going on there. Some of the super tourists have been spending some money under the bonnet, and I know there's about 3 or 4 of them are running souped up 7-litre LS7s, and one of them's got a certain Andre Heimgartner behind the wheel of it. So I don't think it's going to be an outright winner.
They've done shocks and gearboxes.
Yeah, flappy paddle gearboxes. Of course, we've got the unknown quantity, the Sanyong Ute, which has got complete Super Tourer running gear in it, including a 7-litre V8 and a Sanyong Ute with flappy paddle gearbox, the whole nine yards.
They're on the grid. We need to start wrapping this up. So, sorry. We could talk all day about this. It's great. But we're going to come back and meet some of these guys as we go through the day on the grid. Smaller
It's all right.
classes.
They get a whole lap. You're okay.
But
You're
I can get my guys out there.
Just be calm. Just be calm.
Smaller classes.
Smaller classes. Hey, Hondas, whole bunch of them out there. Could be any one of about 5 or 6 of them. You got a bunch of TR86 Toyotas in there. I mean, look, smaller classes. It's going to be anybody's game. I mean, there's a lot of even type cars in that group, and to pick 1 or 2 out and say, hey, he's going to be the man, you can't do that.
It was great seeing the 86s all going head to head in the 1 hour.
Yeah, with 2 laps to go, there were 4 of them. They were climbing over each other like a cheap suit. And look, young Ben McDonald was doing real well, and he must have had a bit of a brain fade going to turn 5, and he just left the door open and said, come on through. And
so with the rain, I mean, some of these smaller cars might surprise us, because I remember last year seeing a CRX going around a Super Tourer at the Hampton Downs around the outside. So is that going to come into play?
Well, I'm looking out the window and I can see blue sky coming north. We predicted it was going to rain this morning and it was going to be sunny this afternoon. So I think we're going to have a dry track. The dry track, it's going to bring some of those V8s could come into play. Nick Chester's out there in a hypercar, you've got to remember. Although he's saying, with the tight nature of this circuit in the infield, he said, but look out when we get to Pukekohe and Hampton Downs. I think the Audi could have a problem then. But the smaller cars getting in it, I don't think it's going to happen today.
All right, so let's get out there, start having a look at some racing, and tell your friends to come online and watch this as well, and leave some comments, because if you want to see something, you can go online on the site and be able to comment and ask us to talk to whoever. So we'll try to endeavour.
Anybody's having a birthday, like a happy birthday out there, happy to wish you a happy birthday.
That John might. Yeah, but anyway, so let's go down there and check out what's happening and watch the start of this race.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, go to 1. Cool. Okay, we need to get.
away with the 3-hour endurance pilot race, and on pole position, you've got Simon Evans and Nick Robertson in the Audi RX. Then next to them, it's an all Audi RX lockout. We've got Neil Foster and Johnny Reed sitting in behind them. And then we go back to the third position, and it's Sam Thornhill, Danny John, the Ferrari 458 out of position 3. Next coming up, it is Glenn Smith and John DeBeck in the Camaro. Good to see it back out there. We had a broken right rear wheel earlier on. I was broken the rear spinning good. We've got it back on track. Then next up on the rear, you've got Lance Hughes and Andre Heimgartner. And I think they're actually out of position. I think because you've got, I'm looking to see that Clark Proctor and Andrew Porter there are sitting out of position. They're just trying to decide who's going to go where. So they're going to have to get themselves sorted out. Then next row back from there, you've got Tim Martin and I think it's Dean Farmer or Stephen Farmer in the other Nissan 130 R35 Skyline, and then just back from that it's Andre and Warwick Mortimer in the BMW. Then it's Callum Quinn and Simon McLennan in the first of the Super Tourers, and then alongside them you've got Huggy Urquhart and Richard Moore in another one of the Super Tourers. Then you go back a little bit further to just trying to pick that up, it will be Daryl Barrett, and he's in one of the Seats, I think. So pick it up. Yep, that's Seat Super Copa. From there we go back to the RX-7 of. Sorry, Daryl Barrett is in the Super Copa, and then it is, sorry, let me try that one more time, shall I? We've got Daryl Barrett in the RX-7, and then it's Brian Symes in the Seat Leon Super Copa, just in behind him. A little bit further back on the grid we go, and it is, I'm just trying to pick up who's coming up next. It will be Dave Dovey and Matt Dovey in the V8 Ford, and then it's Dion Cooper and Alexander Whiteley in the Super Tourer V8, what can you call that thing? Sanyong Ute, I guess is the only best way of putting it. A little bit further back we go to Nick Chester and Cam Waters. They're a long way down actually in the big hypercar, so well, that didn't work out well for them, that qualifying this morning, but it was wet. Then the next one's up is David Grigor and Gavin Yort in another one of the Hondas. And then behind them is Hayden and Preston Johnson in the GVI Honda S2000. Sitting in behind them, Stefan Calcott and another one of the Hondas. And then we'll go one further back to Marty McCullough and Ian Foster and another Honda Integra. So there's a whole bunch of Hondas in there all stuck together. The next one back from there would be Trevor Strong, and he's in that's another one of the Hondas, and he's got Noel Anderson driving with him. Then it is okay, we've got one more lap behind the safety car as they come around and form themselves up. So they'll do one more tour of the track, and then they will be underway. Now I'm picking, I'm not sure, but I'm picking that we're going to have, if it's Johnny Reed behind the wheel or Neil Foster, I'm not quite sure. I haven't got out of, just trying to pick out of who's starting out of the, it's Sam Fillmore in the car. I know that for a fact because Daniel Gaunt was up here a little bit earlier on. So he's not starting, he'll be going to take the second run. And just as we predicted, look at that, the sunshine comes out now. We're in for a nice sunny afternoon by the looks of things. There's blue sky to the south of us and the southwest of us as they all file around. Good field, big field of cars here for 3 hour.
Stand by, Teal.
Okay, so they're now out there forming up now.
3, I know they probably told you to go.
And
It's been exciting.
you're cutting over the PA system somehow. I don't know how you're doing it.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so they're heading out down to the top of the track now. You'll see the safety car pull away. I think we've got Martin Day behind the wheel today of the safety car. You can see the Porsche.
Can you tell me what's going on, please?
We can see the Porsche coming down now with the pack lined up behind him. Now his lights have gone out. He's going to pull away from the pack, and it's Simon. I don't know whether we've got Simon in the car or whether it's Gene in the car, but whoever it is, both of them know how to do a rolling start, so they'll be underway at any second. Place is, I think it might be Dan. No, it's definitely Fillmore in the car. So Sam's done a great job there to stick it up the inside of the International Motorsport R8 Audi. Not sure who's behind the wheel, whether it's Johnny Reed or Neil Foster. But then you're looking in the back there. Then you've got the big Camaro hanging off the tail of them. And he's got a little Honda in the tail of him. I'm pretty much expecting Chester's going to start moving through the field now with the drying line on the track. That big hypercar is going to come into its own. And so now we're going to go back to the pack, of the front of the pack here. And we're going to pick up the second place Ferrari now, just coming into the complex now. And look at this, you've got the big Camaro with Glenn. I think Glenn Smith's behind the wheel of that at the moment. And he's up into third position. And it must be, I think we've got Neil Foster in the Audi. Then you got Clark Proctor. Look at that, we've got a pass for position here. This is a pass for fourth place down into the hairpin. And the Nissan GDR slides up the inside of the R8 Audi. Unfortunately, that International Motorsport Audi's is going backwards rather quickly. Now he's got Heimgartner all over him, and the first of the, that's a TLX, that's not a Super Tourer, but it has got the 7-litre LS7 under the bonnet, and he is really pushing to get onto terms with that Audi. He needs to get through that pack. As this track dries out, you watch that TLX car come into its own. It's got more horsepower than the cars in front of it, with maybe the exception of the Camaro. Through they go up into turn 9. It's Sam Fillmore holding down second place in the Trask Ferrari with Glenn Smith doing a great job there. I think they might have done a little bit of work on that Camaro over the winter months. But at the front of the field, though, it is definitely going to be the Audi R8 of, here he comes down into the complex now. This is the SMEG car, and it will lead down into, onto the front straight to complete its third lap. So look at the scrap going on here for second place, as we've got a fight here now between the Ferrari, the Camaro and the Nissan, all GT3 cars, all GT3 spec cars. Down in town, look at this, down into turn 1, and Proctor tries to slide the GT3R up the inside of the Camaro. Has he made it stick? No, well, I'll tell you what, Glenn Smith fighting back again, the Camaro to the inside on turn 2. That's going to leave the GT3 into the, up to the top of the hill. They go, this is going to be a great fight. We're going to watch this for a little while now, because we've got Sam Fillmore is going to start getting away from them, because Proctor and Smith are just falling all over each other. There's the big Camaro, opens it up. It's got a little big grunt out of the corners, but that GT3R is much better in the handling department. They've all of a sudden, Heimgartner has got past Foster, and he's now going to go after that group in front of him. Has he got the pace to catch them? This is going to be the interesting thing. How much power has that TLX car got under the bonnet? Up through turn 9, and the look at the Nissan now. He's right on the Camaro as they go around past the old clubhouse, out of our sight for a short, brief time. They'll come back in. We'll try and stay with them to pick that fight up as it comes down the long straightaway again. This is where all the action is happening on the track at the moment, is for third and fourth place. And now we look at this, the Camaro's gone to the outside, the Nissan trying to go. Look at the power of that Camaro in a straight line. That big 8-litre just opens up, and they come down into the carousel one more time. And now it's Fillmore still holding down second place, and whilst these two behind him are climbing, oh, look at Proctor getting it sideways out of there as they come down towards the hairpin one more time. Look, he has a big dive up the inside. Has he got it done? He has too. That was a late dive by the Nissan, has got the pass done on the Camaro. So there's another change of position there. And but watch the Camaro as the weather dries out, that track dries out. We're going to get a dry line here. You're going to see these big rear engine V8s come into their own, and they'll start coming back at the GT3 cars. Meanwhile, the first of the cars in Group 1, which is for the non-space framed or non-GT3 cars, and I'm just pick up who that is. That will be Andre and Warwick Mortimer in the BMW M3. They're having a bit of a scrap there with Huggy Urquhart at the moment. And then the next one in that group, I think, is going to be Darryl Barrett in the RX-7. So you can see that those three are having a scrap at the moment. We're just following them now around the turn 5, heading down through 6, heading down to 7. You can see it's Warwick driving at the moment, and you've got Andre sitting in the pits waiting to take over. Warwick's a pretty mean peddler. He's been around a few years, won a lot of endurance races over the last 40 odd years, so Warwick knows his stuff. And he knows that BMW very well. And I'll tell you what, good scrap there now. I think Huggy's got a line up the inside. Warwick, as I put the commentator's curse on him, he got wide out of turn 9, got up on the ripples, got it slightly out of shape, and Huggy went past. Now that's going to allow Barrett in closer in the RX-7. So now you can see our lead car here, right in amongst the traffic, just puts a pass on Rickaby in the Camaro, in the Corvette. As he going down into turn 5, he'll be lining up some of there's the Bajent Lucas. No, it's not. Sorry, which car is that? That's the Commodore. And down, and I'll tell you what, they're taking no prisoners out there at the moment. Now it's getting interesting. Look at the Nissan has got right onto the back of the Ferrari here. So we've got a good battle for second place going on between the Ferrari and the Nissan GTR. And I tell you what, is it Proctor or is it Porter behind the wheel? I've got a funny feeling it might be Porter behind the wheel at the moment, as they as that Nissan starting to put the acid on. They really turned it on the Camaro earlier on and got the job done, and then just pulled away from him. Now you've got the Nissan on the Ferrari. Now bearing in mind that's Nissan, that's last year's Nissan, it's an ex-works car. It's coming down the straight here now. So that's an ex-Nismo Motorsport car, but that Ferrari 458 in a straight line has got lots and lots of grunt and just pulls away from the Nissan. The Nissan manages to pull it back in the twisty bits. One of the back markers gets in the way. There'll be a bit of blue air coming out of the helmet in that Nissan at the moment. Camaro caught up in some of the traffic a little bit further back. Here he comes, he's coming across the start-finish line. You can hear that 8-litre thump as it goes past us now. Down into turn 1.
C3, copy.
So the Ferrari opened up a little bit of a gap back now to the R35 Nissan. Once we get this settled down a little bit, we'll pick up on some of the smaller classes. And now I'm looking for the fight here between the Super Tour of Urquhart and Moore, the M3 GTR between the Mortimers, and the Barrett Frew RX-7 V8. All three of those cars got V8, all different configurations. Now we're looking back to that fight between the Ferrari and the Nissan again. And they're up at the top of the track. Here comes our lead car into the carousel. We're looking for the Ferrari and the Nissan. Here they are. I'm surprised actually. I think the SMEG team are just managing the gap. I think they could open it up more if they wanted to. But I think they're just managing the gap at the moment because it hasn't stretched for a long time. Phil Moore here with the Porter and Proctor car right in behind him, the Nissan GTR. Down into turn 1. And the lead difference between Evans and just on 7 seconds gap at the moment between our lead cars, our first and second place. But the gap between second and third is virtually zilch. Look at this, down into turn 7. That Nissan is trying everything it can do to get past that Ferrari in front of it. It's got to get him in these twisty bits because once they hit that back straight, that Ferrari's got more power in a straight line. Into turn 9 they go. Nissan right on the back wing of that 458 Ferrari as they go down past the clubhouse, tries to look for the outside. There's not a passing opportunity up there unless you have a real late diver and go try for an outside run around the outside of the turn 12. But that's very rare that that'll ever come off. Out of there they come, and they're coming down the long straightaway now. The Ferrari, and I'll tell you what, this time the Nissan's a lot closer. He's hanging on to the back of him. He look for a late break dive here from the Nissan. As they come into the carousel, is he going to manage to do it? No, he just can't quite pull it off. So down into the Down into the last turn they come. There's the Varight Parsons little CRX with the 2.5 litre under the bonnet. Oh, now the Nissan has another look. The Ferrari sees that coming, comes across, shuts the door. I'll tell you what, that R8 Audi is not making the headway that I thought it was going to make. It is, I think they're possibly maintaining the gap, but I would pick that they would have opened a slightly bigger gap than that, because this fight between the Ferrari and the GT3 Nissan, or GDR Nissan I should say, we should be slowing them up.
Oh.
Okay. Now Heimgartner's managed to get past the R8 Audi as well, so now let's watch him open up a little bit as they go up at the top of the track. Oh, look at the Nissan now up on the inside of the Ferrari as he goes up through turn 8. These guys are going at it hammer and tong. You'd think this was a sprint race, not a 3-hour enduro. As they go up to the top of the track one more time. I think Matt Dovey's got a problem in the number 80 Ford Falcon. He's going very, very slowly and just pulling, being very courteous. Mind you, it's moving around like it could possibly have a flat tyre. He's shaking it around there, so he's obviously trying to feel the car to see if there's a problem. We're back to our second and third place again. Onto the front straight one more time. Both the Ferrari. This is a great scrap. This the Ferrari and the Nissan absolutely at it hammer and tong. And the weather's now come right here at Bruce McLaren Motorsport Park in Taupo. The track's dried out. In a couple of minutes we'll let this fight go on a little while, and then we're going to have a word with Alexander Whiteley, who's popped up here, and her co-driver out there, Dion Cooper, at the moment in that, well, I think we should call it, I don't know, what would you call it? It's a hybrid? It's a Sanyong ute with a dirty great big V8 under the bonnet and some Super Tourer running gear. It's a pretty awesome piece of kit, and Alexander is going to tell us all about what it's like to drive. I bet it's entertaining. So that fight now for the Ferrari and the Nissan is still going, and Sam Fillmore is still holding Proctor at bay, and the R8 of the SMEG team is not actually getting that far away from them. As we talk about that Sanyong ute, there it is. He just goes across the line in front of us now, and he's got Nick Chester closing in on him. Or I think it's might be Cam Jones behind the wheel.
Turned it off.
So he's closing in behind them. As they head up through the, and actually there's the two utes on the track together. There's the V8 ute from the V8 Ute series. Still looking for our scrap here between the Ferrari and the Nissan. I don't think that's going to, I think they're going to run like that for a while. They'll be watching that R8 in front of them, and it's not getting away that far up the road, which is Okay, so here we are. We're sitting in the commentary box up here at Bruce McLaren Motorsport Park at Taupo, and I'm joined by Alexander Whiteley. Good afternoon, Alexander.
G'day.
How you doing?
Yeah, well.
Sorry about it's only a little microphone.
That's all right.
So now you are driving the SsangYong hybrid ute with Dion Cooper. Now most people terminate a hybrid as being battery powered. I think that thing's actually got a small power station under the bonnet, hasn't it? What is it?
Yeah, so it's a Super Tourer engine. So it's a LS7 engine. And we've actually called it the SsangYong Super Ute.
SsangYong Super Ute, okay, fair enough. So tell us, what's it like to drive?
Absolutely awesome. So in practice yesterday, we were still trying to get it together. So Dion did about 20 laps and I did 4 or 5. But the laps I did do, it was absolutely unreal. Even driving it out of the shed, from the shed to the wheel alignment machine, I had a smile from ear to ear. It was great. And then this morning, having a few laps in qualifying in the rain was interesting.
Yeah.
But it was great fun.
Oh, fantastic. I mean, so I know last year I think you guys ran with that suspension and brake system, but you had a dirty great big turbocharger on the side of us, basically a SsangYong engine, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. We had a Rexon turbo, which is out of one of our other SsangYong models. Trying to keep it all, factory and SsangYong branded and everything. But Dion wanted more power, so here we are now with the Super Tourer engine.
Well, he's a bloke, so he'll want more power. So tell us, like, you're resident in New Zealand now, aren't you?
Yep, yeah, I've been here for about 2 years now.
Okay. So what are you racing other than SsangYongs? Anything else?
Yeah, so I'm in the SsangYong series. I'm hoping to race the Super Ute in the GT series, and there also might be a possibility. I've been talking to a guy about driving an RX-8. But I'm open to anything. I'd love to go over to Europe and join in some endurance racing over there.
Oh, for sure. Well, that's everybody's dream, and hey, look, anything's possible. So
yeah, for sure.
Okay, so now you're running? You're not actually running in GT class. You're running Class 1, aren't you?
Yep. Yeah. Today we're in Class 1.
So explain to people what Class 1's all about.
The fastest group.
Well, it's the fastest group behind GT3, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So all the cars are split up into CCs, and that's how the classes are worked out.
Okay. So basically, that's to explain to people out there what GT3 is, and it's slightly different to the international GT3, and we're broken up to A and B. GT3 effectively is the international GT3 cars like the Ferrari, the R8 Audi, the Saroni Camaro, those sort of things, or the Super Tourers, which is a space frame car basically. They're in GT3A. Then you've got GT3B, which are slightly lesser performance. Then there's effectively the monocoque cars or the production cars like the SsangYong Ute that have been highly modified, and in this case putting an LS7 into a SsangYong Ute is highly modifying it. So in a lap time wise compared to a Super Tourer, how much difference?
I'm not actually sure. I haven't studied the timesheets, and as this is basically our first run, so as the sun comes out here today, we'll definitely find out. But I'm thinking only about 5 seconds. It wouldn't be a lot slower.
No, fair enough. So, hey, okay, well, look, I'm not going to hold you up too much because no doubt you want to get down and support Dion. And we just see him coming down here now into the end of the carousel. And I tell you what, it actually sits beautifully, doesn't it?
It does. It's actually really nice to drive, very surprising. A lot better than our other SsangYong Utes. This is just absolutely beautiful.
Okay, well, let's actually give them a bit of a plug because, SsangYong do get behind this as well. The racing series for SsangYong Utes here has been so successful, I believe they're starting in the UK now.
Yeah, they are. So they bought 2 of our cars and took them over to the UK and turned them into their own left-hand drive models, and they actually race rallycross. So they're not only on the circuit, they go off onto jumps and rally and all sorts. It's actually quite entertaining to watch.
I should imagine it was. Hey, Alexander, thanks for joining us up here. We wish you all the best for the afternoon, and we hope you take out that Class 1.
Yeah, us too. Thanks for having me.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Okay, so back on track now, and it's Simon Evans and oh, actually we've had a pit stop here for the, let me just give you a quick update. We've had the Porter and the Porter Proctor Nissan is in the pits. Is that for that's early for a pit stop. So have they got an issue? That's something we need to keep an eye on, because that's going to change a few things around now. So we're looking at the running order on the road at the moment. It is Simon Evans from, or the SMEG team from the Tras Ferrari. Then it was the Nissan GTR, the Porter Group GTR, but that could have dropped now. Then it's Glenn Smith and John DeVeth in the Chevy Camaro. And then just in behind them it was Neil Foster and Johnny Reed in the R8 Audi. And they're starting to get back on terms with the Smith-DeVeth Camaro, as we're watching them go up now around turn 9. So that's going to be a fight worth watching, because that's come back to life. That Camaro, I think it could have used its tyres up, because bearing in mind it's not set up like one of the Audis. And we've got, who have we got in here? We've got the Urquhart Moore Commodore into pit lane, and as we speak too, we've got Dion Cooper in the Sanyong Ute. Now I hope we hadn't held up Alexandra too much. I hope she wasn't supposed to be getting into the car, because they're doing a wheel tyre change now, and Dion takes the Sanyong Ute V8 Ute back out on the track again. And here comes the DeVeth Camaro into pit lane as well. That will elevate the the R8 Audi of Reed and Foster up into third. The Proctor Nissan is still sitting in the pits by the looks of things, and it's dropping fast. As Lance Hughes' Andre Heimgartner car has just gone past it, as has the Tim Martin car and the Quinn car. So the Proctor car is down in 8th position already, and the moment this looking for the Mortimer team. They're currently where are they dropped to? There's the Camaro is out of the pits. I didn't see whether they got a driver change done on that or not. Okay, the Mortimer M3 GTR has dropped down to 23rd, so I'm picking that they've made their first pit stop as well. As we're looking now at Andre Heimgartner comes out of across the start-finish stripe. So they now move up into, I'm just trying to pick their position here, they move up into 4th place. And looking at the lap times, they're not too far, actually not too far away from the lead group. About a second in it at this point in time. And the other car I wanted to pick up on too is the Chester car, which is now up into 8th position and is starting to turn some reasonably respectable lap times as well. And he's in the low 41s at this point in time.
Copy that.
There's the other Nissan Skyline out of the pits. So meanwhile, we're looking for the Proctor Porter car. It's currently showing it's being in 8th position, so it must be back out on the track again. Unfortunately, the two Nissans look almost identical from a distance. So yes, the Porter car is out on track again. I can see it there, just gone past the Chester's Commodore now as they go up round past the club rooms. So I'm not sure who's in the car, whether it's Andrew Porter or Clark Proctor, but they're up at the top of the field here. Now, here we go. This is the Heimgartner Hughes pit stop, and unfortunately I can only see the inside of the car, so I can't see if we've actually got a driver change or not. I'm picking they'll leave Andre in the car. It's something a long stop. They've got the front, they're looking at the left front wheel, and of course it's not as easy to change the front wheels on these Super Tourers as it is on a GT3 car, because they run a 5-stud. They run 5 studs on them as opposed to the centre lock. There's the Fillmore Ferrari goes past. Still holding down 2nd position, is now currently just on 12 seconds in arrears of the SMEG Audi R8. And I tell you what, that Audi R8 is not circulating as quick as it was earlier on. He's down to 30, he's up in the 37s now, and you've got Clark Proctor hanging off at the back of them. Glenn Smith has just made the quickest time of his. Oh, we've got somebody turned around there. That's Dave Strong's turned the little Honda Civic round at turn 7.
Just behind you, Charge is now back on DC. I think your screen is on 1, so can I just going to show you?
Okay, we've got a battle of the Hondas on the front straight here, the 2 Civics, the 4-door and the 2-door together, as they go down to turn 1. So let's see if I can pick out some of the class positions for you. And the impressive car at the moment in class is the Brian Symes and the Lachlan Fitzgerald Symes Sayat Super Copa is up into 10th position, leading its class. And a very famous car that was driven by Cristiano Aguirre in Europe. And I'm looking at the now I tell you what, the SMEG team are obviously driving to a number here, because they're opening the door and they're letting some people unlap themselves, and they've just unlapped the Porter Nissan GTR unlap itself, which is a pretty dangerous thing to do if you're playing for race time. Now, whilst we're talking about all that, I'm looking over at the lake and I can see a big rainstorm heading towards us. So this is going to make things really interesting. Now, these guys are all on free tyre choice at this point in time, and I'm picking most of them are running slicks, but that rainstorm is heading this way, and I'm picking it's going to hit us within the next 20 minutes, and then we will see some action on track. So Callum Quinn comes down the front straight now in his Super Tourer, as Andre Mortimer just unlaps himself from the, or could be still Warwick behind the wheel. He unlaps himself from the Quinn Super Tourer. Our lead Audi, here comes our 2nd place car down the front straight. I'll tell you what, now it's getting really interesting in this little group here. Clark Proctor's lighting up the timing sheets at the moment. Just having done his fastest lap of the race, got himself back up in a 5th position. And we're watching the Trass, we're following the Trass Ferrari at the moment. He's right in behind the next Chester hypercar. And then you've got the Barrett and Frew RX-7 sitting in behind them. So these guys are all well down the money, all having made pit stops. That Ferrari's running long, so is the Audi R8 of the SMEG team.
You talking or?
Okay, so we're just getting a bit of an update now what some of the things that's going on, and I'll tell you what, Clark Proctor is lighting up the screens left, right and centre. He's currently circulating around about 6 seconds quicker than Simon Evans and or Gene Rollison in the SMEG car. Now, there could be a couple of reasons for that. He's come in, he's out on fresh tyres probably, because we know he's done a pit stop. The SMEG car could be backing it off, because if we're looking to the horizon there, you can see there's a big rainstorm coming. They could be trying to stretch this out until they have to come in for wet weather. So they could get themselves a free pit stop out of this one and maintain a very good lead. So it's a matter of just waiting to see. Proctor's already unlapped himself, but he's got to go around all the way around again and catch him again. So we're just watching the lead car now, and that is. Where's he coming now? He's coming down the straightaway. Now here's the Porter Proctor Nissan Skyline coming through onto the front straightaway. Here comes the Audi, and he's, tell you what, he's well dropped off, because it didn't take long for Porter to unlap himself. He's just had a 31.5, so he's really turning it on now as the Audi's going. He's going for pit lane. No, he comes around one more time. Let's have a look and see what his lap time is as he comes across the stripe, because it doesn't look quick. A 38.3, so he's basically 7 seconds a lap slower than the Skyline. You can see the Skyline there heading down into turn 7 as the R8 comes through turn 2. And so that's basically the difference between them. So there we go. Clark Proctor is absolutely, as I say, lighting up the timing screens with a 31.506 the previous lap, a 31.556 this lap, and he's going just on 7 seconds a lap faster than the SMEG Audi. Okay, he's unlapped himself, but that rain is coming. Now, I know that's what they have to be. I mean, they would be fools to bring that Audi in now if they can hang on to it until that weather hits and put it onto a full set of wets. They're going to get an ace up their sleeve, because that everybody's going to have to come in for wets, because that is a pretty heavy looking rain shower that's heading our way at this point in time. So having a look at our lead Ferrari coming down, our second place Ferrari down into turn 1. They're in the same boat. They're playing the same game. They'll be hanging off, waiting. They'll be waiting for the rain as well for their pit stop. And talking of fun on the track at this point in time, we can see the Dave Dovey and Brian Symes in the Audi and the Super Copa respectively are having a great little bun fight there. But Dave Dovey's got his hands full at the moment with a Holden Commodore chasing him down. They just all put a pass. They put on a pass now on the Bagent BMW. Although he's got these hazard flashes going, so there's a reason for that one. Let's try and see if we can pick that one up. It's the Simon Lucas Kent Bagent car. And the rain is getting ever closer. In fact, it seems to be hitting us on a horseshoe at the moment. It's now coming from the southwest. Our lead car now going up through turns 3, heading up to 4. Second place man just coming out of 1, and he's got Nick Chester in front of him. And Nick Chester's going to try and stay where he is, because if he's already a lap down, and he won't want to go another lap down, so he's going to try and stay in front of the. And as I said, that Sam Fillmore in the Ferrari just slides up under the inside of Chester in the hypercar. And then right in behind Chester on the road, anyway, at least, is Daryl Barrett or Hamish Frew in the RX-7. But I think they're a lap down on Chester. And here we go, the first spits of rain hit the windows here at the Bruce McLaren Motorsport Park. We're watching the little Seat Leon Super Copa going through turn 7 with the just about passing the Bagent Lucas 135. It's still got its hazard flashes going. I don't know if they know of that, but we're looking for some action here in pit lane by the looks of things. And it is the Seat Leon, sorry, the Sanyong Ute is actually in pit lane again. But doesn't seem to be a lot of action happening. Passenger's door is open. And I think there's a bit of an issue going on with this thing at the moment. We're having a look around to see if it's got what the problem is. And Dion's back on his way again. So here comes the rain now. Now what's going to happen? Now you're going to start seeing some action. They'll keep pushing that Audi for as long as they possibly can. See how long this rain is going to last.
We got picture.
Yeah, you've been here the whole time, but no interview.
We have picture the whole time.
So I'm just checking our rain radar chart at the moment, and we've got a whole lot of messy stuff sitting right over the top of us, and it looks like it's going to be here for probably the rest of the afternoon by the looks of things. So this is going to change the whole picture of the race. Now, the rain's coming down, the track's not wet yet, the Audi's still circulating, and he's still got just on 10 seconds gap back to the Fillmore Ferrari, and we're had somebody having a bit of a lose at turn 5 just as the the lead car came through. Heading down in towards the turn 7 hairpin now. There's the other Nissan, that's the Tim Martin car coming through there next. Then the Ferrari's not far behind him, so there's only 10-second gap between Simon Evans in the Ferrari and the lead car of Simon Evans in the Audi and the second place car, Sam Fillmore. So who's going to blink first? Now I'm picking that Ferrari's going to stay there.
Hi guys, we're down here in Trust Family Motorsport Garage. We're here with Daniel Gore. Sam's out in the car at the moment, and we thought we were going to have a dry race, but the weather seems to have just taken a turn. So how's your plan shaping up for the afternoon?
Our plan's okay for now. We're on wet still from the start of the race, so we're just hanging out, hoping that it would rain again, and hoping now that our wets haven't got too badly damaged in the dry. So he's got about another 15 minutes or so of his drive time left. We'll probably go to when it dries again, because it's only a shower, and then pit and slicks and jump in and see what we can do with the race.
So, I mean, it's a long race, it's a long way to go. You've obviously been in Australia recently, driving the Audi in the GTs over there. How's it compared to this car here?
Like all GT cars are very similar. This GT car is obviously the last generation cars, so all the new generation stuff in Australia, like what they've got down at SMEG Racing, is that next level again. You know, it's got the more downforce, got a bit more of everything. So this car is fantastic to drive, and I'm having a ball. Sam's doing a superb job. It's not easy when it's changing like this, and I don't want to speak too soon, but he's fantastic. We're P2. He hasn't put a foot wrong, and he's within sort of 7 or 8 seconds of Gene the leader. So yeah, that's fantastic.
Well, excellent. We wish you the best of luck, and see you out the track in the back. Cheers.
It's just that gap is fluctuating backwards and forwards, and I'm just picking the trash team. He's just sitting there waiting for the SMEG team to blink, and I think it's not a case of who blinks first. I know David Oxton's down there in that pit running the trash team, and David's a pretty wily campaigner himself when it comes to endurance racing. Bear in mind he drove with Pete Brock on the mountain many years ago. So he knows about endurance racing, he knows about tactics, so he'll be watching what's going on down there. Then a lap in arrears, well, not quite a lap in arrears, is Clark Proctor and Andrew Porter in the Nissan Skyline. And they are circulating quickly, and I'll have a look at the lap times, give you a difference. Evans and Fillmore are circulating in 1:30.141s, and Proctor's in a 1:32.48 last time round. So he's just on 8 seconds a lap faster at this point in time, and closing quickly with, in fact, he's just come through pit lane, so they've called in a pit lane, so they're coming in to make a change. So that's shot that one out the window, and it's put that one lap back into it again. The lead car in the next group will be Dave Dovey in position 9. He leads Class 1. Class 2 is being led by Brian Symes in the Seat Leon Super Copa. Class 3 is currently led by Hayden Johnson and Preston Johnson position. Then that's how the classes are running at this point in time.
Yeah, they were waiting stops to see.
Of course they are waiting for this to find out what's going to happen, but it's going to clear in the back of it anyway. And we just had another pit stop there for the Smith DeVeth Camaro. So I'd say they've now gone on to wets. So this is going to take a little while to sort itself out. Now as I peer into the gloom and try and pick out what's happening on track, it's virtually impossible to see anything at the moment. But I can tell you that the SMEG Audi is still out there. The Ferrari's still circulating as well. The gap between them now has actually gone out by a 10-second gap, so I'm picking the Ferrari must have had a bit of a slide somewhere. Although having said that, Evans has just dropped down into the 36s and Fillmore's gone back up into the 44s. So all of a sudden, Simon Evans or Gene Rollison have picked the pace up. And as I said that, Dion Cooper gets the Super Ute all Porter Transport sponsored R35 Nissan GTR. Then we go back one spot to Glenn Smith and Glenn Smith and John DeVeth in the Sarani Camaro. And then it is going to be Nick Chester and Cam Jones in the Chester's Plumbing Holden Commodore. Then right in behind them be Callum Quinn and Simon McLennan will be in second position. They've gone up to sixth position, I should say. And then be Nick Chester. There was a pass for position there between Chester and Quinn by the looks of things. Then it's Tim Martin in the other R35 Nissan GDR from Brian Symes and Lachlan Fitzgerald and the Seat Leone Super Copa. So they've climbed right up. They're doing a great job. They're in front of Huggy Urquhart and Richard Moore in their Super Tourer, who are just in front of Andre and Warwick Mortimer in the BMW M3 GDR. That's your top 10 cars. And as fast as the rain came, it's gone. So we'll wait for them to, but they cannot go back onto dry tyres yet because the race has not been declared dry. The SMEG car is still out there on track, as is the Trass Ferrari. So we're just waiting for the, watching the SMEG car now. So it heads around to round up one of the Commodores. I think that could be the Andre Heimgartner Lance Hughes car. And let's checking out Propner's times now. So he's now back in the 41s, 42s. There's our Sanyong Super Ute, goes flat blasting past us. Our lead car chalks up another lap. Now got 38 laps under its belt. I mean, this car will run for an hour and a half, so
see you now. If it's not raining, come out and get some shots. Yeah, but if we can also get them from the grassy bank. If it's not raining, you'll have a better line of sight to the wireless if you go out to the platform. And then I'll get a feed. I'll get the best of both.
let's having a look at some of the other fights going on the track. The top 10 there, you've got the lead car in Group 2, which is 2001cc to 3,500cc. And that is Brian Symes and Lachlan Fitzgerald. Symes are leading that one at the moment, and the Seat Leon Super Copa. And they've completed 35 laps, the lead is 39. And looking for the next one in that class, I'm picking is going to be Scott Smith and Sean Van Beers in the Ford Falcon. Can't be a Ford Falcon, not in that class. So
That's shown through the back is quite cool. Yeah, that's quite cool. I like that. Let's get a car.
sorry, I'm having some problems with the entry here, trying to pick out which car is which. So the list that's in front of me is not exactly very accurate at the moment. But anyway, we've got the second one in that class 2, as I say, is the Smith Sean Van Beers car, whatever make it may be. And then a little bit further back down, and the next one in there will be car number 81. Sorry, no, it won't be. It'll be car number 54, which is another one of the Seat Leons, and that's Darryl Clark and Malcolm Nile. So that's 1, 2, and 3 in class 2. In class 1 is currently being led by trying to find the first car in class 1. Is way back down about 19th place. I think it's Alan Rickaby in the Chevy Corvette. Leads class 1 from car number 80, which is down in 20th position. That's the Dave and Matt Dovey car.
Straight, please.
Okay, so the sun's back out, and but the track is still wet. Haven't heard a call on it being declared back to being a drier meeting again. But whatever you do, it's going to be a bit of a lottery out there today with these weather patterns. So our lead car now is just on 50 odd seconds in front of second place. Okay, so we've now ticked over the 1 hour mark. We're in the 1 hour and 9 minutes in, so we've got 1 hour 50 left to run. Our 2 lead cars, the SMEG Racing Audi R8 still hasn't pitted. Neither has the Trask Motorsport Ferrari 458, although the Ferrari had been staying with the R8 for most of the race, but in the last 20 minutes has dropped some 40 odd seconds off of the back of it, so in that wet weather. So I'm picking the R8 was in a better condition in the wet than the Ferrari was. As we watch the Ferrari going up over turn 5 now, with the Porter Nissan Skyline R35 right in behind them. Now that is not the position. That Skyline is a lap down, and this will be to unlap themselves off the back of the Ferrari.
Sorry, 3, repeat. I think what's going to happen with SMEG is they're going to stay out as long as they can. So I think just find some shots and then we can just wait for it. 4 is live.
Okay, so looking a bit south now, we can see the weather's clearing up, or it's cleared up over us, but a little bit further back over the horizon I can see more rain coming, so it's not over yet. And but the car that's impressed me the whole way through this little race is that little Seat Leon Super Copa out there. The yellow and blue one, that's Brian Symes and Lachlan Fitzgerald Symes from Drury. They've only owned that car for a month or two and bought it off of from Hampton Downs, one of the workshops at Hampton Downs, and that car is just going like clockwork. It was, it's only ever done one race in its life before, and that was a 24-hour Dubai. And then it came here, and it's currently sitting in 9th position outright on the track, and Heimgartner Hughes entry. I think that's actually Lance Hughes in the car now. He's got red overalls on. I know Andre's are blue. We might be able to get Andre up here actually. About everybody's pitted. About everybody's pitted.
Out of types of tyres, so we've only got 2 sets of wets and we've already destroyed one, so as soon as it starts drying we've got to swap it over back quick before we recommend, because if it rains again after that then you're really stuffed. So
obviously you're having a great season so far over in Australia in the Carrera Cup. How's that all going?
Yeah, it's going well. It's good to be in a sort of even playing field again in Carrera Cup, and get some good results and be in that championship, which is good. Obviously, you know, you want to be in supercars, but I think it's not a bad sideways step to Carrera Cup.
Well, thank you very much for your time. Before we go, can you just tell us a bit more about the car you're driving today?
So the car we're driving is TLX NZV8, so it's you know, super tourer type thing. It's been a little bit modified with the engine and a few other little bits, but basically a standard sort of tourer car.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, and how long till you're going to get in the car now?
About 10 minutes, I think, so better get ready.
Great, well hopefully we'll see you on the podium.
Beautiful, thank you.
Thank you.
lights ablaze, and he's currently holding down.
Hi guys, just to give you a quick update from pit lane. As you can see, it's fairly quiet at the moment here. That's because due to the rain, everyone decided to stay out, so no safety car as well. So stay tuned, because we're about to see a flurry of action down here, especially with the GT cars. Still got the driver changes to do. On track, it's been some great racing. Weather has played a part, so there has been a bit more caution. But stay tuned, because it's surely going to get exciting soon.
GDR going past us now. So this could be a fight, could be worth watching. Is this one between Smith and Smith DeVeth and Porter Proctor, because there's not that much difference between them on the road, although I'm picking that Nissan could absolutely blitz the Camaro anytime it wants to. Andre Mortimer, currently, or it could be Warwick still behind the wheel. No, I'm picking it's probably Andre behind the wheel now, is currently sitting in 11th position outright. Just in front of Hayden Johnson, or a lap in front of Hayden Johnson in the S2000. Looking at the Rickaby Corvette with Gavin Oram and Alan Rickaby, currently running down in 26th position in front of the Dovey, Matt and Dave Dovey Ford Falcon, who are currently in 27th. And
Make sure you're rolling on the beautiful, thank you. Cutting to camera one. Camera one is live now.
so last man running on the track at the moment is Dave and Matt Dovey and the Ford Falcon. Meanwhile, we've just trying to figure out how much fuel that you can get into an Audi R8 or a Ferrari 458, because these guys are still going round and round and round. In fact, as I speak about that, Fillmore's lost that much time, he's about to lose a whole lap to the SMEG R8, because here's Fillmore going across the line now, and Evans is crossing the line not far behind him. So for a car that was hanging just 8 seconds off the tail of that R8, that was circulating in similar lap times, Sam Fillmore has absolutely dropped the ball and allowed that R8 to get basically on his tail. And the moment that R8 puts the pass on, they go a lap down, and that's a free pit stop. Going a lap down, because at the moment, if a safety car comes out, he gets a whole lap back again. If he lets the SMEG car past, then he has got a problem, because he's a pit stop away from them. So we're going to try and keep an eye on that fight now at the top of the track. We go back up to here's the other fight that's going on that could be for position on circuit as well, and this is the Audi and the Camaro, sorry, the GT3 Nissan and the Camaro, but that Nissan is far faster through the traffic than the Camaro is. Okay, now we're going to watch this fight here between the Ferrari and the Audi. a whole lap in front of the entire field. So if a safety car comes out now, they can basically come in, have a cup of tea, wash the car, change the tyres, give it a full service and send it back out and still not lose a position. It's probably a bit of an exaggeration, but that is a hell of a place to be in. Meanwhile, we're watching the other fight here too, between the Camaro and the Nissan, and they're in the same piece of real estate now, and that Camaro is catching the Nissan. So this is for position on track here between these two. So that Camaro is hunting that Nissan down. So there's the Nissan heading down into turn 7 now. The Camaro is chasing him down. And that, as I say, is for position on track, folks. So whatever happens here, we could see a change of place. There's the Audi now. As, not only has he got past the Ferrari, he's absolutely pulling away from it. So I don't know whether that Ferrari's got a problem or whether they're really trying to push the envelope out on fuel and tyres.
Suited up, helmet on, and ready to jump on board.
So we're expecting the Trass Ferrari in any time soon as well. But they've just gone past pit lane. And up through the Let's having a look at sort of the lap times now of the Foster Reed car, and I can tell you, boy, they dropped some time. So I'm picking Johnny Reed's in the car right now. He's down to 34.8. So in these conditions, that's pretty impressive. There's the Hayden and Preston Johnson GVI S2000 Honda leaves pit lane after a pit stop. They're shaking hands and then giving themselves a pat on the back there for obviously a quick stop. we're looking to the now we're waiting for of the top runners who's blinking first. Now that the Porter Proctor Nissan has been in twice. The DeVef Smith car has been in twice. Everybody has stopped at least once up to Evans and Fillmore, so they've got to stop sooner or later. How long can a Ferrari and an Audi run? Hour and a half?
Like pretty much just on halfway.
Will they get? Yeah, will they get an hour and a half? They'll get an hour and a half out of the R8, won't they?
Hard to say.
Well, they have.
They've done it on tyres.
Well, they haven't done a stop yet.
They've done, yeah, but they've done an hour and a half on those wet tyres now.
Yeah.
So they'll be shot.
Well, they're still bumping 36s. With the fastest time of 34. They started on wets, did they?
Yeah, they started on wets, stayed on wets throughout the dry period, and then stayed out.
Okay, so I'm just getting a bit of news and a bit of feedback in the background here that the Audi team started on wets and has remained on wets, and they're still turning impressive lap times. Now, there has been a change on track. There's been a change in position as Glenn Smith has got past Andrew Porter in the Porter Hire Nissan R35, so that was the position. So the Camaro is now up into third place, and I think that's probably the best placing that car's had since it's been in the country. Highest place it's run. One more time, the Traths Motorsport. We've got a car off at turn 7, and that is the number 23. That's the Brendan Murphy, Brock Cooley, Holden Commodore, and that is off just outside turn 7. Okay, this is going to liven things up now. The safety car has actually been put out on track. So this is now watch the Ferrari and the Audi team run for the pit lane now as the safety car has gone out because of that car parked on the exit of turn 7. It's not going anywhere. They can't leave it there, so it's got to come out. That means there's going to be a whole rush, and here comes the Audi first, and the Ferrari's missed pit lane. He's absolutely missed pit lane. That could be the worst thing that could have happened to them, is that they have, they're going to have to tour the entire track now behind the safety car. That has given, not only has the SMEG team lapped the entire field, it has now grabbed a whole free pit stop as well. Okay, so they're heading into pit lane now. Okay, there's the Barrett and Frew RX-7 is into pit lane, and as I've just had the call in my ear as well that the track has now been declared driver's choice for tyres. Driver's choice for tyres, so they can choose whether they're on wets or slicks. The Audi's back out. And is going to get to put another lap on the Ferrari, so that's going to be 2 laps the Ferrari will go down now once he comes in for his pit stop this time round, because that Audi is only going to be about 10 or 12 cars back in the queue. So I'm looking down and so I can pretty much safely say that it's that it is currently Simon McLennan that's driving car number 91, because I can see Callum Quinn sitting down on pit wall. So we're looking now as the safety car comes around. Is car 27 going to call in the pits now? They have got to, surely they have to pit. And the Camaro does another lap. And the Ferrari is in the pits. You've now got the Ferrari in pit lane as it comes down pit lane. So that puts... and there is the lead car, so he's now gone 2 laps up. Okay, so we had previously we had Royce and Royce Rollison in the car. I've just had the update that Simon Evans is now in the car. So our car is recovered. And now I'll tell you what, this could help the Hughes Heimgartner.
Hi guys, as you can see we've got the Smash Family Motorsport Ferrari in for their pit stop. Sam Fillmore is out and Daniel Bourne has gone into the car.
Actually, no, sorry, no yet. The Ferrari is out on track. And it's heading the back of the queue. Sorry? It must be 2 laps. No, this don't trust that thing.
Camera 4, can you find the safety car for me, please?
Top of the track. Okay, so I'm looking at the safety car now. The lights are still flashing on it, so they're probably waiting to pull the whole queue together before they release them. The track is clear because I know that the stray car was actually in pit lane now. So they're going to do another lap behind the safety car. Now that's going to help the Hughes Heimgartner crowd too, because they've managed to get away with a pit stop out of that. Mind you, this is such a big track that takes a long time to get round at safety car speeds. Also, the Chester Jones car has just made a stop as well.
Any other stops happening, camera 3, that we can see in the pit lane, please? Camera 1 is live.
One more lap behind the safety car. Is anybody else diving pit lane at this stage? No. Everywhere. Okay, so I was just hearing the call in my ear. The safety car is actually going to come in at the end of this lap. And I'm watching, whilst I'm watching that, I'm watching and I'm picking it might be Andre Heimgartner behind the wheel again, absolutely thundering down the straight in that Commodore, trying to get on the back of this queue as quickly as he possibly can. And the other one out there too is the Chester car. Here it comes. Look, this thing's absolutely belting down the straight as well. They'll be looking across and they'll see that trail. As Dave Strong is now going to be the next car to join the queue in the little Honda. So that leaves car number 88 in charge of the queue at the moment, which is Marty McCullough and Ian Foster in the little Honda, and right in behind them it's Hayden and Preston Johnson in the other Honda, and there's another Honda behind them. So those guys are all going to be looking in their rear vision mirror when those safety car lights go out at what's going to come thundering down the track after them, and there's a lot of big horsepower there. So we'll keep an eye on Martin Day behind the wheel today of the Porsche Cayenne ITM, Dale ITM safety car. And we'll watch the lights go out on that, and you'll see the Heimgartner Hughes car just join the pack of the queue. So he'll get him right in behind. There'll be one car between him and the Ferrari. Okay, and then there I can see it is John DeVeth in the car at the moment, because I can see Glenn Smith down in pit row. So John DeVeth is in the Camaro at the moment. And as they come down through little Hondas, 3 of them in a row. Okay, and we go green, so they're back racing again now across the line. And there's, I'm picking it, I think it's Johnny Reid behind the wheel now of the Audi. And we've got Simon Evans in the other Audi. So at some stage, hopefully we're going to have Gene Rollison up here, because he was going to come up and have a chat to us. So they're so now we're on the circuit. We've got there's the little Seat Leon Super Copa that's come out of pits, and all the GT3 cars that come thundering through here now. There you got Johnny Reid, I think it is, in the GT3 Audi. Thunders past the little Seat that's trying to get itself sorted out, and then Simon Evans come flying past after him, and then tailing that crew, you've got John DeVeth in the Chevy Camaro, and then I think you're looking for Porter and next be the next man in there in that queue, although he'd be a couple of laps down by now. So let them get across the line next time round, and it'll sort out who's sitting where. Currently, it is the Porter propped Nissan Skyline as showing being in second place. So Neil Foster, Johnny Reid car comes across the line. Simon Evans, next man through, but leading the race. Then it's the Camaro, showing being in 5th position, but being 2 laps down. And then it is the prop. So the Propman car is showing as being in 2nd position, but the Ferrari is right in behind it. So this could be interesting. Who's driving the Ferrari now? It'll be Dan Gaunt behind the wheel of the Ferrari. So you've got Dan Gaunt against Andrew Porter. That's going to be hard work for Andrew Porter to keep Dan Gaunt behind him in a 458 Ferrari. But the challenge for Dan is that he's got to get to the Audi of Simon Evans, get past him, completely circulate another lap and past him again. So some luck is going to need to fall his way if that Ferrari is going to take the lead away from the R8 Audi of the SMEG racing team. So we just had a change of position there as the Ferrari has got past the Nissan. So we've now got Daniel Gaunt and he's on a charge. Let's have a look and see what, we'll let him get his first lap time done. And tell you what, he's just set the fastest lap of the race on his first flyer. So Dan Gaunt is absolutely on it. He's decided that he needs to hunt that Audi down and hunt it down fast. The problem that he's got is the Audi is set an identical time. So the two of them are setting equal times at the front, albeit a lap apart. I think we've currently got Andre Mortimer in the, Andre Heimgartner in the Hamilton Ashfelt's car. Let's see if I can pick up the overalls as he goes past and tell me who it is that's driving it. So here we go down the front straight away again, and we've got, I'll tell you what, I've got a funny feeling that is Johnny Reid in that Audi, and we're just going to pick it. Now, bearing in mind, this Audi is about 3 years older than the one that's chasing it. He is down and currently sitting in 4th position, and he's setting quick lap times as well. I'll tell you what, he was that lap round. Johnny Reid was just on a second faster than Simon Evans in front, sitting behind him. Glenn Smith comes thundering through. We've lost, hang on a minute, we've lost, what have we got here? Oh no, we haven't. And Dan Gaunt has come past with a 32.558, fastest lap of the race again. So Dan Gaunt is really picking up the pace. Bearing in mind, Dan is actually racing Super GT cars up in Japan at the moment, so he's pretty race fit. And I think due to the weather conditions here, he'd be hoping to get back to Japan fairly quickly. Looking to the for our leader again in Class 2. We've actually had a change of position in Class 2 with Darryl Clark, and the other Seat Leon has taken the lead in that class. Simon Evans comes thundering down the straight. Judging by the fact that he's cut to the inside, I think they must have wets, still got wets on it, and they're looking for some wet weather to cool the air, cool the tyres. Once again, Dan Gaunt goes quicker again with a 32.206. He's going faster lap by lap by lap. You can see the Audi not too far in front of him. If he can get past the Audi, all they need is a safety car, and he'll virtually get a lap back again. And he knows that. And all of a sudden, oh, then this is not helping Evans' cause at all. He's got caught right up behind a whole load of slow traffic as they go up through 8 and 9. And all of a sudden, the Seat Leon that was going so quick earlier on, the little that Brian Symes, Fitzgerald Symes car has gone all of a sudden slowed up. Okay, so what's happening out on track at the moment? Let's have a look. And Dan Gaunt has really picked up the pace now. We're going to have, actually, we've got Gene Rollison's just joined us, so we're going to be having a quick word with him fairly soon about what's happening out there. And he'll be able to give us a view from the hot seat, so to speak. We're just looking for a quiet moment on track where we can take a moment to go and have a chat to him. It's 1, 2, 3, test, 1, 2, 3. Sorry, we're getting some advice from Mr. and Simon over here. Hey, Gene Rollison, welcome to the commentary box. And you've been an hour and a half, well, just over an hour and a half behind the wheel of an Audi in some interesting conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a wet start to the race, and it was a bit of a, we weren't quite sure what the strategy was going to play out because we didn't know if the rain was coming. We had a second shower coming through, and it was quite dry halfway in between, so we weren't sure what to do with the tyres. It obviously dried out, and we thought, oh, this next bit of rain's coming quite soon, so we'll just try and conserve. The track was drying out, so it actually got completely dry, and I couldn't find any more water anywhere else, so I couldn't cool the tyres down, but so just trying to keep a pace. I could see where the cars were behind me, so just trying to gap that, and then luckily probably about an hour, just over an hour, came in, the rain started coming back. So luckily managed to save the tyres enough, and we had some more for the end, and I think we actually managed to lap second place, so pretty happy with that.
Yeah, you did. You put a whole second place, whole lap on second place, and now Simon's out in the car now, and he's got the Trass have got Dan Gaunt behind the wheel of the Ferrari. He's a lap down, but he's going about 2 seconds a lap quicker than Simon at the moment. Now, I guess you guys are back out on wets, because I noticed Simon coming down the front straight was starting to look for water earlier on.
Yeah, exactly. Well, as I was coming in, there was actually the sun was out, so it was starting to dry again, but still too wet for slick. So we've put the wets back on. I'm assuming Dan is as well. Simon might be conserving at the moment because there might be another shower coming along. At the end of the day, we've still got an hour or so to go, so we've just got to play it safe. We are a lap ahead, so just keep it quite steady. Obviously, Dan's a pretty good driver. He drives these things a lot over in Australia. Funny enough, he actually drives an Audi over in Australia, so he knows our car pretty well. But and he's pedalled these things pretty well, so he'll be charging and try and get that lap back.
Well, that's it. The thing is that really all he's got to do is unlap himself, keep up the pace, I guess, and pray for a safety car. And then it won't be still totally gloves off, but it gives him a fighting chance. And they're watching him just go past here now, and there still looks like about a 4 or 5 second gap between the two of them.
Yeah, exactly. If he manages to get in front and the safety comes along, it's almost like a free kick. So anything can play out. That's what makes these 3 hours so exciting. Anything can happen, especially with this weather thrown in as well. So. The sky's getting a little bit grey again, so there might be a little bit more rain coming along.
It was a good call when the safety car came out last time, because the safety car had virtually been called as you guys were coming down the straight here, and you were straight in the pits. So I guess Owen was on the cans, giving it get in the door.
Oh no, we've definitely turfed Owen off the cans. We don't want him on the cans, but Stephen was on the earpiece pretty quickly. I got a call as I was coming into the complex. It was half a call. He obviously said it so quickly to try and get me in, but I only got half a call. I assumed he was saying box, so brought her in, and we had a pretty reasonable stop actually, which was good, and managed to get back out in front.
Well, you actually gained a little bit more out of that, because the Trash boys missed it, and they had to do another tour behind the safety car.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Just the timing was pretty good. You got to roll with the punches with these things.
So tell us, we've got 2 R8s out there. Your one's about a year old, I think, ran in the Aussie Series last year. The other one that Neil Foster's got is about 3 or 4 seasons old, isn't it? Difference between 2 cars?
Yeah, just a newer generation. Obviously, as everything evolves, they try and iron out some issues and try and make them a bit nicer to drive and a little bit quicker. So, look, our thing's pretty unique. It's for this series anyway. It's only a year old. It was running at the Highlands in Hampton 101 last year. Garth Tander was driving it. He actually put it on the front row, I think, at Hampton Downs. So it's got some pedigree, that car. So we're just learning it. The guys in the team are learning how to operate this thing. They've obviously come from a Super Tourer background, running Simon for the last 4 or 5 years. So this thing's definitely a different beast. But yeah, she's pretty nice to drive.
So that's kind of scary for everybody out there. You guys are learning this thing, and you're leading the race by over a lap. That's that's pretty frightening.
Yeah, I guess everyone's got to move the ball forward at some stage. We were running a Super Tour, and Inky Tulloch brought along that Camaro and sort of blitzed everyone for a while. So we just put our head down basically and tried to make that Super Tour as quick as we could. And then now we've got the Audi. We've sort of moved it forward again. So it all ebbs and flows, and someone's always got to bring the game forward, and it's motor racing.
Yeah, I've heard there's a couple of other things that maybe on the water at the moment that could liven things up a little bit, which is kind of cool. So you got the 3 rounds with this, and what's on your agenda personally, apart from this, as far as racing goes?
Oh, not too much. I'm just trying to stick to being an amateur driver, really. So as long as we stick to the 3 rounds here is pretty good. That's the plan so far. We haven't got any plans at the moment to do the South Island. If we get a bit more sponsorship to go, we may do. On the radar possibly are the 101s at Hampton and Highlands, but we'll get the series out of the way first and do well here and see where we go.
Cheers. Hey, well, thanks very much for taking the time to come up and talk to us. It's much appreciated, because the people out there love to hear what's, especially what's happening behind in the hot seat from the lead car. So we wish you the best for the rest of the race.
Cool,
thanks very much.
No problems.
Cheers. Thank you. That was Gene Rollison, folks, and we'll get back to the race. Okay, so while Gene and I were having a chat, there's a couple of things that must have happened out on track, because when we've looked up, the Ferrari and the Audi have split up again, and Proctor's got back into second place. So we're picking that Dan Gaunt stopped for slicks, because the track has been called tyres driver's choice by race control. So he stopped for a set of slicks, and as you heard Gene say, Simon's out there on wets, and he's going to hopefully try and nurse those home. They've got just on 51 minutes of the race left, so it's going to be interesting to see how this turns out. Now here comes Daniel on his first run. We'll see what the lap time is as he comes across the line. And he's on slicks, all right, 29.812. That is fast. So fastest lap of the race. So let's see what happens. Bear in mind, he's going to have to catch them and unlap himself. Now there's Proctor. You can see Proctor going up through turn 8 and 9 now. We're just sitting on the Ferrari at the moment, and here comes the Audi coming down into the front straight now. So the two Audis together, actually. And I tell you what, Dan Gaunt is absolutely carving through the traffic as he goes after first getting his lap back, and then once he's got that back, then he's got to go right around again and pass them, and he's only got just on 50 minutes in which to do that. I wonder if that's possible. I might go to an expert in the background and ask the question. Sorry?
Media manager for North
Oh.
That's my position.
Big titles, big titles.
Battling through that has been really interesting to watch, and I think these next few laps or so we're going to see those guys in those frontline GT3 cars really take it to each other.
Okay, so here's the scenario, and this is why we were speculating. We got Simon Evans in the SMEG team, which is the lead car, a lap in front of Clark Proctor, and he's on and Simon's on wet weather tyres. But we've got Dan Gaunt in the Trass Ferrari, a lap behind in third position on slicks, and he's going some let's look at it now, 8 seconds a lap faster. Now he's got to catch him, pass him, catch him again, and pass him again to take the lead. What do you reckon?
Well, this is the beauty of endurance racing, really, is that if he catches him and he gets past, we could have, a safety car, and what that'll do is potentially bring him right back onto the back of the field. So basically what the SMEG guys have to bank on the fact is that they stay ahead, and Dan doesn't catch them, lap them, and there's no safety car. So for Dan, really, and for the Trass Family Motorsport crew, what they've really got to hope for is for Dan to catch right up, because as you look at him going down the back here now, he's just blitzed that Sangyong going into the back section. But I think, if you get past him and then hope that there's a safety car for maybe a stricken car in the sand pit, then I think we'd be on for a great fight between these two heavyweights.
Well, there's a couple of things there that one of the things we need to point out is that when you say a Ferrari has just blitzed the Sanyong in a straight line, most people will say, well, yes, so what? You better tell people why that's kind of special.
So one of the things that we've seen at this round, and it's something that we've not seen before, is that the Sangyong has taken on a new guise per se. So it looks a little bit like an old NASCAR truck now. So it's got a V8 Super Tourer engine in it, which is an LA7 V8, which makes an incredible noise, and the car is just incredibly fast now. It's got these big fat tyres on the back of it, and it's just absolutely blitzing some of the competition, which it usually was behind in seasons gone by. So it's a sight to see, and it's certainly exciting to watch it coming out of the hairpins and just light up those tyres and go fully sideways.
And it's got Alexandra Whiteley behind the wheel at the moment as well, and she's a damn good peddler. Okay, so back to what we were talking about before. So the Ferrari, the Simon Evans has got another bit of a problem on his hands at the moment, because there's two Audi R8s on the track, and the one that's in front of him is the one that, Gene Rollison was saying it's an older car, 2 years older, but it's got Johnny Reid behind the wheel, and he's in third or fourth position, so he's over a lap or two behind and Simon's got caught up behind traffic, and he's flashing his lights madly.
And that's the thing that he's got to get through, is all this traffic, and as we see him, he's just going to go past this Honda Integra here. He's got to go past Johnny Reid, and Simon's no slouch. I don't know whether he'll be able to get past Johnny, but if he does catch him, it's going to be one of those things as we see the Andre Mortimer car just have a nice big loop along through turn 1 here. But Evans has got to catch him, and those cars are fairly evenly matched. Realistically, there's not a massive difference between the two, because effectively what it is just the body, because they just make them to match the road going version. So there won't be a massive difference between these two cars, as we see the Trask Family Motorsport Ferrari just coming right up behind Clark Proctor here. This might just be for a change of position, go down the inside it to turn 1. Oh, doesn't want to get onto that wet line there. Clark Proctor, can he hold on to that position? Here we go, down the inside.
Yep, he's actually got him done, and there's no way Clark was going to hold him. Actually, I think it's actually Andrew behind the wheel, not Clark. So look at the gap he's opened up already, and there's a Honda in the way, and that's one of the problems, and especially in this endurance racing. Well, especially you get 2 hours into the race, people are getting tired, and things are getting spread out, and like you're driving a little Honda that's running something like 15 seconds a lap slower than that Ferrari, doesn't expect it to come up that quick.
No way, and generally the rule of thumb is that the slower cars just hold their line and let the faster cars find their way around. As we look at Andre Heimgartner down at turn 2 and 3 here, he's just blitzed that BMW. But that's what they've got to do. These faster drivers are obviously a lot more talented than perhaps some of the slower guys, and they've definitely got the grunt to match it. So they've got to make their way around the slower cars and just hope that the slow cars stick to their line and that they don't do anything silly. We saw there before Andre and a few of the other guys in the GTs just trying to get past, and you get squeezed a little bit on the inside. So that's going to be a real big issue, I think, especially for the GT3 guys at the front here, who are going to be trying to make up as much time as possible. And we see the SMEG car coming through turns 2 and 3, and he's not anywhere near Johnny Reid at the moment, so it's going to be interesting to see, because I think he might actually be conserving that car a little bit at the moment, just making sure those tyres can hold on. But yeah, it's just holding that gap, and that's what he's got to do.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a case of look at that Ferrari now, would you? He's just latched himself onto the back of Johnny DeVeth in the Chevy Camaro and the GT3 Camaro. It just nailed. Oh, John's not going to let him be past that easily. Nails him down the inside, and he'll be able to see the SMEG car not too far away on that same part of track. I have a check on the lap times again and see what the differences are now. He's up in the second place. He's showing he's 2 laps behind, so that could be a bit of an issue. And Simon's last lap was a 1:36.605, and Daniel's was a 1:28.304. So but I'm just looking at my timing sheet, and it is showing 2 laps difference between the 2 cars.
And that's going to be a massive struggle to get past, and unless the SMEG guys have a couple of issues, and they're probably home and hose. But speaking of hose, look at the clouds. Those could just bring us a downpour in these next few minutes heading into the final stanza of this race. I don't know, you're shaking your head, you don't think it's going to come? What do you reckon?
No, I've stood here a lot and watched the rain. Look, we might get a shower, but I don't think we're going to get any more heavy rain. It's just not building that way. When it's going to rain here, it tends to come from that direction, whereas today, and that's where it's been coming from all day. It's now moved over to here. So just looking at the Porter Proctor car, and just rounding up one of the little Seat Leones, and we're just checking the tell you what, that Ferrari is absolutely, that's the second time he's passed that Tim Martin car in about the last 5 laps.
The track's looking really dry now, which is interesting to see. So if you're on wet tyres, you're buggered.
Well, yeah, you're going to start trying to find some wet stuff out there somewhere. Let's have a look and see what times Andre's doing, because he's, I think he's fired up. See, Andre's doing 132s at the moment, so that's pretty good for a TLX car around here.
And he's a talented kid, you know. He's obviously dropped out of supercars at the moment, and there's every chance that he could get back into it. Obviously competing in the Porsche Carrera Cup in Australia just in the meantime.
Currently leading that series.
Currently leading that championship, and I think, you know, he's with a good team. He's in a quick car. I think he'll probably win that, and that'll grab the attention of some of those guys in supercars. There's obviously a few names out there that are also trying to gun for one of those spots. Obviously, there's only 28 spots in that field, but I think, you know, next season, Andre, with a season of the North Island Endurance Series under his belt and the Porsche Carrera Cup, I don't see why there's any reason why he couldn't get back into the supercar fold with potentially one of those teams as an endurance co-driver, or even one of the wild cards, which we're seeing at Winton this weekend.
Yeah, well, we certainly saw, you know, Andre has certainly matured as a driver in the last 3 or 4 seasons, and is a way better place than when he was when he first sat behind the wheel of the Super Black car. So he's certainly come on strongly.
Yeah, and I spoke to him last year, and this was sort of around the time where he was sort of weighing up his options, whether he was going to do supercars again or whether he was going to maybe do something else, and ultimately ended up doing the Porsche Carrera Cup. But you know, you can really see his hunger and his thirst to really get behind the wheel of a really fast race car, because racing's all he wants to do, and if he can get there, then that'd be really good.
And as we've said that, he's just come past us now, and he's been lining up Simon McLennan down into turn 1 and taking him. Now, I know for a fact that all those Super Tourers out there are running different spec motors to how they ran them when they were in the Super Tourer series, because now that, and I've talked to them, I said, well, how are you going to handle this from the New Zealand Touring Car Championships when they start? They said, well, we'll dyno them back to a certain figure. So Lance Hughes reckons that thing of his will be running at 58% throttle.
Imagine if that thing was running at 100%, you'd probably blow the thing.
It certainly was. Oh, he's running pretty big horsepower out there today. So now's the Ferrari is right on the tail of the Audis now as we go down into turn 1, and this is unlap time. So it's going to be interesting to see now if he is one, because unfortunately I'm using Race Monitor, which isn't exactly the most accurate thing in the world at the moment. And now look at him now over here on the down into the turn 5, and the Ferrari's already done Simon, and he's just about to get Nick Chester. Now he's going to come up and he's going to start lining up Johnny Reed now as they go down into turn 7. Now bear in mind, folks, the Ferrari's on slicks, the 2 Audis are on wets, and that makes a big difference.
And that is going to be the ultimate difference. And I think if we can have a look at Race Monitor there by the end of this lap, hopefully we'll be able to get a confirmation whether or not he's unlapped himself fully, or if he's just 1 lap behind. But you know, it could be really interesting in this next phase of the race. Hopefully we'll see these GT3 guys battling it out for the final position with about 10 laps to go.
Well, that's really what we kind of want to have happen. You know, we don't want it to be a procession all the way to the end of the race. Okay, we have a pit stop going on here at the moment, and that is car number 88. That's the little Honda in there. And that's Marty McCulloch and Ian Foster. So, and that is so painfully uncomfortable when you've got to change 5 wheel nuts at Taupo in these conditions. And now they're doing the back wheels. This is a far cry from your V8 supercar pit shop or your GT3 pit stop where they're all up on air jacks and bang, 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 they're done. Okay, we've got Simon Evans in the pits now. So there we go. Hang on now. What do you reckon about this one, Simon? Sorry.
Well, if he's going to come into the pits now, and if he's going on to slicks, theoretically, Dan Gawn, if he's absolutely blitzing it around there, he'll take back a lap and that could potentially put him in really good stead for the rest of this race, on the assumption that he's got enough tyres and that he can actually keep pace with the SMEG guys, because obviously a new set of new slicks is going to give you some really good pace, but Dan's obviously got the pace in those tyres, and they do last quite a while. You think of any endurance race around the world, they're doing, you know, 12, 16, 24-hour races, and those tyres will be able to last a long time, and we've seen it. The wet tyres can last in these dry conditions, as we see Evans come back out onto the track here. Trass Family Motorsport Ferrari is heading down the back straight now, so there's about a half a lap difference. We'll see by the end of this lap, hopefully, what the difference is in terms of sector times.
Okay, so they're just... now that last lap for Dan Gaunt was a 29.498 as he comes across the start-finish stripe now. It's a 28.416, and it's showing him as still being a lap down, so we'll wait and see. I've got a funny feeling there is still a lap difference between them though, Simon.
Oh, Evans is coming down the back straight now, so we'll be able to see any moment, but yeah, it's really interesting. I don't often say this, but I'd actually kind of like to see a safety car come out in these last few moments of the race, and it'd be good to spice things up a little bit. We've still got plenty of cars out there, so at the moment it's a game of attrition, and SMEG have really mastered that at the moment. Whether or not Gaunt and those guys have to do another pit stop is, it's uncertain at the moment, but as I said, those tyres go for a very long time. As we see Evans coming down the front straight here, who's just catching up to one of the slower NZV8 utes. Let's have a look at the margin.
Okay, the margin that time across the line was 1 minute and 19 seconds. They are on the same lap.
So if they're on the same lap, and on the assumption that there's a safety car, and we bunch up this field, we could be in for a bit of a fight at the end here, I reckon, John.
Or it could rain again.
Or it could rain again. That could really spice things up too. And I'm looking outside and it's getting darker and darker, and we know what Taupo's like. It can just change in an instant. We've seen it today.
Look at this. Look at this here. This is Dan Gaunt, ladies and gentlemen. This guy is a world-class racer. Look at that. He just sliced through that back marker traffic, never lost a tenth of a second.
And Dan Gaunt has obviously got the most recent experience in a GT3 car of all of these guys. He's just come back from Barbagallo over in Perth, competing in the Australian GT Championship, where he's been quite quick. He was competing in an Audi, as Jim Rollinson was saying. And he's the talented guy. He's sort of been out of the fray for a little bit now, and we're sort of seeing a bit of a resurgence from these guys. Same with Johnny Reid. He's obviously been doing a bit of GT3 driving in the North Island Endurance Series, but it's really good to see some of these household names sort of coming back into the fray with the North Island Endurance Series, and I think we're going to see this class become one of the best in the country with the greatest names in racing, really.
I totally agree with you, and they've got a couple of issues they've got to iron out. Now, I know they're working on them, but it's like anything. It's I mean, the series is into its 5th year, but it's really only into its 3rd year of being really a national type class.
Yeah, and that's the thing with GT3 racing around the world, and we've seen it over in Australia with the Bathurst 12-hour. They started as a production series, and that is what the North Island Endurance Series was. It was for all comers and whoever wanted to compete in it. And then obviously it was Class 4, Class 3, Class 2 and Class 1. Then we sort of saw this proliferation of GT cars coming into the country, and then there was the need for a GT class. And ever since then, we've seen more and more GT cars come into the country. And just off the top of my head, there's at least 10, 11, 12 cars in the country that can be competing. And I think what we will see in these next few years or so is a proper GT3 endurance class where some of the best drivers are, whether it's a Pro or a Pro-Am. I think probably more likely a Pro-Am sort of setup, because obviously that's what you want in GT3 racing. That's sort of what it's based around, is having a gentleman driver and a really quick driver, and I think this class on its own is going to do incredibly well, and there's every chance that we could have a 60-40 split of GT cars in about 2 or 3 years time.
So that's interesting, and there's, when you talk about the amount of cars in the country now, there's one car I know of that's here that races in the South Island Endurance Championship, but it's run by North Islanders, and that's the Carter Tyres Mercedes. I wonder why that is.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. I've spoken to them on occasion, and they've sort of said, the South Island is really where they like to drive. It's a great series down there. They're established. They've obviously won it a couple of times, and I think they really enjoy that series. I don't think in terms of their financial year whether the North Island Endurance Series really works for them. So you know, it's kind of tricky. Those guys really love the South Island stuff, and I actually remember talking to Dwayne Carter. He said, you know, realistically, they just don't have the time to compete in both series. But, you know, the North Island series and the South Island series are really growing in strength, and I think GT racing is the future in New Zealand, and ultimately what we need to be doing is getting you guys who are watching on the live stream out to the racetrack to really enjoy this, because it is a thrill to actually see these GT cars going up to and over 250 k's down the back straight here at Bruce McLaren Motorsport Park.
Well, that's a point too, and I mean we're looking, you know, with the GT series you know, we're here at Taupo at the moment, and you know, we traditionally don't get big crowds at Taupo because there's only 15,000 people live here. But you know, we've got Hampton Downs coming up next. I mean, and that's in between the 3 biggest population centres in the country, and it's a fantastic track, and that will be the next round.
Yeah, and Hampton Downs is a really great track. Obviously, when they started out and with the initial designs, it's quite a fast and flowy track. I think initially, sort of the intentions behind it was to get, you know, World Superbikes here. Obviously, that didn't quite happen in the end. But when you look at the way the track really goes, it's quite a fast and flowing track. And having spoken to some of the guys here, they've said, you know, Hampton Downs is ultimately the best track for these cars to compete on, because they are high aero, high downforce track sort of cars where they can really utilize that aerodynamics through the corners. Because you look at turn 1, really fast right-hander, you look through turn 2 and turns 3, it's a bit of a flip-flop going on, but then through that final corner there, you can really just plant it. And I think coming into Hampton Downs, it's going to be interesting to see sort of who turns up and who does well. And John, just looking out the window here, I'm seeing a bit of rain. What was that about there not being rain, John?
That's not rain. That's only a mild shower. So and it is actually going to go around us.
It's looking pretty dark out towards the mountain there, John. I'd argue that we could be in for a little bit of excitement in these last
Actually,
few
that
minutes.
seriously looks like clouds. So it could be fog coming in.
I don't know, that cloud is moving very slowly. I reckon we might be getting a bit of rain here. Let's just have a look at this dry line, because it obviously is quite well established now, and we've seen a little bit on the windows in front of the commentary box here, but it's exciting times, I think, John.
Oh yeah, and I tell you what, if it rains and they're on slicks,
window wipers are going.
I'm going to put my money on Dan.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting. Obviously, these cars hold a lot of heat as we see the Audi come down the front straight. Proctor's got his window wipers on. Parsons has got his window wipers on. Chester's got his window wipers on. All these guys are obviously seeing it as we see the SMEG car coming through the final corner here. It'll be interesting to see sort of what the gap is. When they came out of the pits, it was obviously a minute and a half. Can't quite see the Trask car just yet. Still counting.
32 seconds last lap.
32 seconds! He's gained a minute in probably the space of about 10. And that is truly epic, as we see him come up on the back of the Callum Quinn Simon McLennan car. And where's the SMEG car? The SMEG car is going through...
He's going through turn 7 now as Andre Heimgartner is into the pits. So there we go. And I think Dan Gaunt probably lost about 3 or 4 seconds in that run, getting caught up behind Simon McLennan coming through the carousel. And... but he scythes past Rickaby in the Corvette like he's standing still.
How much time have we got left to go, John?
Okay, we're down into, we got 28 minutes left to run.
So half an hour roughly. Bit of rain. A couple of guys out there on slick tyres, maybe a bit of a damp circuit, maybe a car spinning out, maybe a safety car. What do you think?
I'm pretty much guessing that's a 50-50 bet, that one.
And if we get that, we could see that margin between Dan Gaunt and Simon Evans just close up like crazy. And we could be in for a really good fight here, as we're seeing the 2 Spoon Sport Hondas going hammer and tong through turn 2 and 3 here. This is some really good battles here. Oh, it just pulls off to the right.
Here comes the SMEG car, and behind the Chester car right now as they come across the start-finish stripe. I was talking to Nick Chester last night, and he was saying, because that hypercar has got some serious horsepower under the bonnet of it, and he's saying, this track, nah, I'm not here. He said, wait till we get to Hampton Downs.
It's not really a supercar anymore, is it? And it's got obviously a massive wind. Oh, real sideways through turn 2 there. Really got the Evans car on the back foot there. Can he get past him through turn 4? Not quite. That Chester's car is holding him up. Here we go, down the inside. Can he get past? Closes the door on him. Oh, this is really tight, close racing here. Where's the Trask car?
Okay, Ferrari's just gone across the start-finish line now. and it hasn't picked up a time and it's just still showing 1 lap, but I'm sure that'll correct itself in a couple of seconds as soon as the internet catches up. So we have issues here with the internet.
Interesting times ahead.
Okay, the Heimgartner Hughes car's going back out on track, and that light shower continues.
That light shower might turn into rain.
Yeah, well, we've still got a dry line. There is still a dry line on circuit, so it is only a light shower though. It's barely spitting on our windows here.
Yeah, but look at these cars, these front-wheel drive Seats and Hondas. They're sort of tippy-toeing a little bit through the infield section here. So we see Andre Heimgartner just dropped his wheel onto one of the wet parts of the track. Seeing the Murphy car coming into the pit lane here. They're going to go into wets. I don't think it's wet enough yet. We see some of the Audis coming into turn 1.
Actually, I think they're just coming back out of service garage and going back out on track. So here comes the... tell you what, that's how quick these boys are going. You've got Simon Evans just about to put a lap on Proctor, who is currently sitting in 4th position. And our screen still hasn't caught up with where the Ferrari is in relation. But there's the SMEG car now. I'll tell you what, I can actually visibly see the difference and how much... Oh, there's Dan gets caught up behind Simon Lucas. Or is it Kent Bagent behind the wheel? It's actually Kent Bagent behind the wheel at the moment. And he's no bunny either. He's a very experienced race driver.
Yeah, it's good to see that car out there. It's a really nice looking car. If you're down at the track here, or if you're planning on coming to one of the rounds in the future, definitely check that BMW out. It's quite low to the ground. It's got some really big wheels on it. Looks a bit like an old British touring car. Nice bit of wheel tuck in the back of it. But look at this. There's a lot of rain hitting our window at the moment. I'm seeing that dry line's sort of starting to disappear a little bit. A lot of guys sort of slipping and sliding around. Window wipers are going. It's going to be exciting.
Well, we got people changing the wets now. I can see we got Huggy in the pits at the moment it's either Richard Moore or
Ferrari's coming in.
The Ferrari's apparently heading for the pit lane, so this could be interesting. Just had a call from our...
It's hailing.
Apparently we've now got hail. So somebody just told me we've got hail on track. Well, as Simon, I can't help it, but every time we come to Taupo, we get something different. Last year we spent an entire race with fog. Now today we've had rain, we've had sunshine, and now we've got hail all in one day.
Are we in Auckland? Like this is sort of the conditions that we get at maybe Pukekohe Park, but not Taupo. And we see the SMEG car coming through turn 3 here. Trask family members. Oh, Trask are heading for the pit lane.
Yes, we know. We've got Trask coming in the pit lane, and we've also got Proctor in the pit lane at the moment as well. I think SMEG are going to have to come too. I don't think they're going to be able to handle out there. They're going to be able to stay out there. If Dan's coming in for wets, you've pretty much got to bet that Simon's going to follow.
Well, the issue that we had last...
Alright guys, as you can see, once again, the weather has turned on us here in Taupo. We have the Trask Family Motorsport Ferrari in. Daniel Gore behind the wheel. He has been on an absolute charge. Unfortunately, he was out on slick, so he's going to have to make the change now. As we see a flurry of action about to happen in pit lane. We've even got hail out across the track at the moment. So anybody who is under any illusion that motorsport is a lovely fine weather event, come to New Zealand. Although I believe, as you can see,
line's just about disappeared now, so it sort of would make sense to put the wets on as we see the Chesters and Jones car go up. They are out on the
Chester goes past now. Everyone's in for their wet tyres to go to the end of the race.
A while for to update itself again, but I'm picking there won't be a lot of difference. Now we've got how many minutes left to run in the race? We're 21 minutes left to run in the race. And there is a safety car just been called.
No way. What did I tell you, John?
Yeah, well, yeah, I'll tell you what, Simon. I think you should do my job. I should do yours.
Can you write a 400-word press release?
I can't write my own name.
Getting pretty dark out there. These are interesting times, and there's a lot of spray coming off the back of these cars as we see the Writer Engineering Camaro come through turn 2. Bit of spray coming off the back of them. There's, here we go. Flashing lights, safety car boards and flags are out. What do you reckon? 20 minutes?
Okay, how many? The question is how many cars between the Audi and the Ferrari? Here's the Audi.
Now, which one does it pick up? Which does the safety
He's
car
got
pick
to.
up?
He's got to pick up the. He's got to pick up the Audi. Now that's going to give Andre a free shot. So that's going to give. So there's Marty in the Dale ITM Porsche Cayenne safety car. He's going to be flagging that car past.
Yeah, bear in mind that obviously they can let some of these lap cars behind, so we could see Andre and the Seat Leon Super Copa go past.
They will do. They definitely will do, because Marty will let them pass. I've got it. I'm getting the voice in my ear, Simon from Race Control. I've got one of those device thingies.
Oh, technology. You're really good with that, eh, John?
I'm really good with that, And I signed up to the interweb the other day.
Really?
And
How's that going? Have you got Facebook yet?
I actually have.
You do?
I do. Yeah.
How's that going?
Hey, I've got new friends.
Oh, really?
I've
Awesome. Oh, look at this. We got the Seat and Andre Heimgartner going side by side. That was a little bit awkward. Now, that Seat was ahead of Andre.
Yep.
You're not allowed to pass under safety car.
Well, I think there might have been a bit of confusion there, because bearing in mind the guy driving the Seat is fairly new to racing.
And you can theoretically allow someone to go past.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I guess that Seat might have just wanted Andre to go past, because obviously Andre's in a much quicker car, trying to catch up to the saddle of the field. Realistically, it's a bit of a no-brainer to let that one slip, I think.
You're not wrong. So there we go. So this is going to sort the things out. We've got 20 minutes left to run on track. Safety car. Okay, we've got an incident up at turn 12, which is at the top of the track. Just trying to pick. Okay, we've got whoever it is. They're okay. They're out of the car. So we're just trying to pick. It is at the entrance to turn 12, which is the top of the track. Okay, we've just been told it's the Simon Lucas Kent Bajent BMW 135i, that car that you were telling everybody was so immaculate and beautiful and they should go and look at it. Simon, I don't think Simon Lucas is going to be very impressed with you.
Is that my first commentator's curse in my first commentary stint with this series?
Yep, you blew that one, buddy. So there we go. But okay, now my question now is let's get serious, get back to the on-track action. Okay, we've got Simon Evans behind the safety car now. That is going to take a good five minutes to clean up that problem up the top of there. How far back is Dan Gaunt in this queue? Right. And but he's got Johnny Reed between him and, so he's in 8th place in the queue, and he's got Johnny Reed between him and Simon.
If you're one of the slower guys, you'd probably be pretty smart to maybe just pull off to the side and maybe let these guys go hammer and tong, because obviously, if you're in a little Honda Civic ahead of perhaps one of the best drivers in the country, you want to get out of his way. Simon's obviously got a lot of space in front of him. That'll be serving him really well, because he can basically just put it hammer to the nail and just go hard.
Yep. Okay. So this is going to be an interesting final. I'd say 15 minutes, because let me have a look at what we got on time. We. Okay, that's Huggy. Is that, who's that? Just it's Andre. Actually, it might be Warwick. Actually, either Warwick or Andre has just looped the BMW M3 GT. Now we've got actually, I'll tell you what, we could be getting robbed here because they're going to have to put that car on a flat deck. We've got 16 minutes left to run. By the time they get it on a flat deck, the flat deck's nowhere in sight yet. And they get it back here, go green. We're going to burn up a lot of time.
Yeah, we've got an access road down the far end of the circuit there though, so they might be able to get him out of there okay. I just got the word there from Adam Simmons, one of our motorsport club officials, and he just said that the driver's okay, so that's really good to hear. There was sort of a few glimpses of the ambulance looking to head out, but it looks okay. A few flashing lights sort of heading up towards the final corner there, but I reckon 5 minutes with 2 gun drivers at the front of the field, that's enough time. We've seen it before.
Yeah, true. I mean, look, it's. Simon is no bunny by any stretch of the imagination. He's a very good driver. Okay, I think by his own admission, he wouldn't be quite in Daniel's class, but on wet conditions with a couple of laps to go, you're in the lead position. Simon could develop some pretty big elbows.
Yeah, and Simon is a very talented driver. He's got a lot of experience behind the wheel of the NZ touring cars. This animal's a little bit different compared to his Holden Commodore, but I think ultimately Simon will really utilise that traction control, that ABS, and all of those little layers that he's got to really harness this car through these final few laps. And I think looking at the cleanup at the moment, hopefully they'll get it going and we won't be robbed of a really good finish here. I think we should be good to go and with about 5 minutes left.
Well, hopefully so. The flat deck's just arrived now, and I'm just trying to pick what Kent's done there. He's
15 minutes to go.
Okay, we're getting a call on race radio there. Here's Daniel Gaunt trying to give David Gregor or Gavin Yort in front of him the message that you need to be moving further forward. When we go green, I don't want to be hanging around. So I think it won't be too hard for him to let the guys know. You're right. You're not going to be looking, if you're in one of those Hondas, you look in your rear vision mirror and you see a Trass Ferrari in your back in your rear vision mirror. Although you're not going to know it's Daniel Gaunt.
I don't know. That's a red Ferrari. It's pretty hard to miss that, and I think going from the pace, they'll know that it's one of those gun drivers. And Sam Fillmore, he's no slouch, but Dan Gaunt is arguably one of the best GT drivers in the country at the moment. Simon Evans, he's obviously a fledgling GT3 driver. Hopefully we're going to see them compete in the Australian GT Championship later on this year when we have that leg of the championship come here. We've obviously got the Hampton Downs 500 and the Highlands 501. I think I might have got those around the wrong way, but it'll be really interesting to see where the SMEG guys sort of fit into that. We've seen the Trass guys do the Highlands 101 and the Hampton Downs 101 in years gone by, and they've sort of been, around the middle of the pack there, but, that's a lot of the time that's not really been their fault because they've had mechanical issues and a few gremlins. But, they always put talented drivers behind the wheel of that car.
You've got to remember, though, that now that's now Ferrari 458 that's about 3 seasons old, and the new one out, the 488, is already out. I don't know. I don't think Trass have got one ordered.
No, not at the moment. But these GT3 cars have great longevity. If you think about the scope of GT racing globally, you look at, say, the Blancpain GT Endurance Championship. They have about 6 rounds each year. They're doing the Spa 24. They're doing Le Mans, that sort of thing. These cars are built to go for a really long time. You think about how many events that Trass car has done. It's probably only done maybe what might be a full season of the Blancpain series. So this car, by no means is old, really. They're built to go for really long periods of time. So I think they'll run that car for a long time.
Oh,
yeah.
Look, I'm not decrying the reliability of the car. What the point I'm trying to make is the development of newer cars. So we've got, as I say, it's the development of the cars. A 488 Ferrari is a big development over a 458.
Of course, and that 488 is a V6 twin turbo as well. It's a different sound, it's a different car, different aerodynamic package, so completely different cars. We've seen Graham Smythe, who actually used to compete for Trass Family Motorsport. He's in one of those cars next weekend at the Phillip Island 101, so we'll be able to see sort of where these new Ferraris sort of fit into it. They've done really well in the Australian GT Championship when their their brief appearances last year. Maranello Motorsport are the one crew that actually have them, but they haven't really competed much in them. Obviously, they won the Bathurst 12 Hour earlier this year, so really interesting times. If we had a 488 in New Zealand competing full time with these new generation R8s and the Writer Engineering Camaros, that'd be so neat.
Oh, for sure. Okay, so there we go. We've got. I'll give you a rundown of the top 10, where everybody's sitting in the. We've got Simon Evans currently leading, or Simon Evans, Gene Rollerson currently leading from Sam Fillmore and Dan Gaunt. Simon Evans in the Audi, Dan Gaunt currently in the.
Just had a word in my ear. We've got 2 potential incidents at the moment. So Clark Proctor and Porter at this point in time have been excluded from the race. So they might appeal that, who knows, but I believe they've been excluded from the race for elapsing their driver allocation time. So at the moment, you're allowed to compete for 45 minutes, one driver, and a maximum of 2 hours. So they've obviously elapsed that 2 hour mark potentially with one of the drivers in there, or one of the drivers hasn't done enough. But as it stands at the moment, they've been excluded from the race. Now, the big talking point now, Simon Evans in the lead of this race. When he came into the pit lane, he was bumping the rear end of that Honda. Now he's under investigation for that incident. Now, that could jeopardize his race. We're not sure yet. Currently looking across, there's a bit of fierce debate going on as to what they're going to do there. But, you know, we've only got a few minutes left in this race. We wouldn't want to see it decided by something as trivial as a pit lane penalty. But, you know, here we go. We've got the Bajent car coming into the pit lane. I think we could have green flag running. If Dan Gaunt can catch Evans and pass, we might see a legitimate winner.
Okay, well, I've just had the call in my ear that the lights are going to go out on the safety car this lap, and you can see that the lights have gone out, so Martin's now going to accelerate away in the Porsche and leave the running in the hands of Simon Evans. Now, we do know that Simon's actually got a bit of a history of bumping people in pit lane. He did that last year down at Manfield.
And I believe he got away with it.
He did. So, although I think
that's a mess.
Yeah, that BMW of Lucas's doesn't look too pretty.
I was really liking the look of that car.
Yeah, well, that thing, do you know that's got 400 horsepower, that thing?
Far out, that's hectic. Here we go, we're going to a restart
Okay,
now.
right, here we go. Simon Evans is about to lead them away for the final 9 minutes exactly as they cross the line, left to run. And it is Simon Evans now. Where is the Ferrari? Already he's dispatched with 2 cars as he heads down into the hairpin, and he's going to take a third one, possibly a fourth, as they fire around now under the... out of there he comes. He's setting up one of the little Hondas, and it's the same Honda that he was at that Simon was having an issue with. Look at Johnny Reid go as he blasts past 2 cars. So Johnny Reid, second man on the road, although he's a lap down. Now our screen is still showing that Dan Gaunt's a lap down, so I'm not quite sure if that's true, because every now and then it zaps back to about 10 seconds or 30 seconds. We'll wait and see.
Generally speaking, Race Monitor will update itself about a lap after they've come back under green flags, as we see the Ferrari jump into what is third effectively on the track. But Simon Evans maybe 3 seconds up the road. Johnny Reid's just behind him, and now we've got Dan Gaunt in effectively clear air. What do you reckon, John? Can he catch him?
Let's see what the pace is after the first flying lap, because that's really going to be the telltale. Is what now that first lap for Simon's going to be a lot quicker than Daniel's, because Simon had nothing in front of him. Daniel's had to dispatch with 8 cars. Whilst we say that, we've got John DeVeth off the track here in the Camaro.
Yeah, actually spun on that green flag just on the inside of the final corner here, so I wonder whether he's got some troubles. As we see the Trask Family Motorsport Ferrari coming into the final corner, he's right up on the gearbox of that Audi in front of him. Oh, a bit of a squirm through the final corner there. Let's see if he can get past. I reckon that margin between the SMEG Audi and that Ferrari 458 is just dwindling now. It's only a matter of time before he gets past, I think.
And I tell you what, I don't think Johnny Reid's going to fight too hard here, because he knows he's a lap down and he knows this is for position. So Johnny won't fight. No, he hasn't. He's left the door open to Dan and let him go. Let me have a look. The gap is 5.3 seconds across the line.
And I just saw the SMEG Audi come through turn 2, and it was very, very low. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in these next few moments. Look at that Ferrari. He can just plant the power coming out of those corners, and there's not much traffic for these guys to negotiate in these last few laps. So I think we're going to see a proper scrap.
Oh yes. So here we go, and now Dan Gaunt, you're going to see the true talent of this man now. Now, bearing in mind though, he hasn't been racing in a lot of rain recently.
Yeah, but you know, he's got experience behind GT3 cars and he knows how to drive a car. You know, it's a bit like riding a bike. Once you've driven it, you know how to do it. So these next few moments I think are going to be really telling. We'll see the headlights come through the final few corners as they head towards that final sweeper through the back there. But let's have a look sort of in the middle of the pack here. Andre Heimgartner is just absolutely smashing the field at the moment. He just blew past that Nissan GTR, which obviously has all the driver assists like the traction control and the ABS. So Andre Heimgartner, as we see a nice big lick of flame coming out the side, he's really showing his prowess, and I'd really like to see him sort of come up sort of through the field. I'm not sure where he's
we got
racing.
somebody off at turn 9, and I think it's the Super Ute. Somebody's gone off there. Can't pick who it is.
Yeah, I think that might have been the Ute. Maybe Alexandra Whitley behind.
Oh, look at this. We've got Brooke Cooley or just trying to pick who the other driver is. One of them gone round in the Holden Commodore. Got himself back on again.
Look at the margin down at turn 1 here. They're basically, maybe 3 seconds apart now. Dan Gaunt, he's going hard. What was the margin at the line there? Do we know?
No, it just hasn't updated itself just yet, but I'm sure it will do shortly.
I really hope that it's not actually a lap between the two of them.
No, it's not. It is definitely not now. It is definitely showing as being genuine lap speed. You can actually tell physically on track that Dan's catching him because you can see the distance between them.
Now, how many minutes have we got left? Because when we've got about a minute to go, that's about the end of it.
4 3/4 minutes left to run in the race.
That's enough time.
And the gap last time around was 5.9.
Yep, and that's good. As we're seeing one of the recovery vehicles heading out onto the track here, I'm not really sure what's happening there. I really hope that we don't have another safety car in the final few moments of this race, but it all looks green at the moment. Definitely a lot of spray out there, as I sort of predicted early. We were going to get that last big sort of bucket down. But yeah, it looks pretty good out there. Everyone's driving around nice and cleanly. SMEG Racing Audi's coming through the back straight here. I can see the headlights of the two of them now. There's not much between them, you know. Dan Gaunt, he's got him in his eyesights now.
We've just got a red flag called on the race. We've just had a red flag called, and I'm just trying to pick out why. It will be something at the top of the track, no doubt, but that is a red flag on the race. So,
where does that put us? I think that might be game over.
That is game over.
Because this is obviously
it's well past 70, well past 75%.
Oh, look at the margin. You know, it's all checkered flags out. Actually, I think you'll find checkered flag is out. So provisionally, we've got Simon Evans and Jim Rollinson as the winner, but pending an inquiry potentially into that pit lane incident, we could be seeing Dan Gaunt and Sam Fillmore as our victors. So we wait to see the decision of the officials. We'll let you know in due course, but I think, unfortunately, John, I think we've been robbed of a really good finish here.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you, Simon. And I mean, look, really, at the end of the day, that's not what anybody wants to see. And look, if and I certainly don't want to see Gene and Simon lose the lead of the race because of the bumping incident in pit lane. Because, you know, in all fairness, and this is what race control's got to understand, that car has got a speed limiter on it. It was following a standard production car down pit lane that's running on a speedo, and we all know speedos are actually pessimistic. So, as far as the guy in the Honda was concerned, he was doing 40 kilometers an hour.
For sure, but you know that doesn't really excuse smashing into the back of someone. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think
if you're on a speed limiter, you can't do much about it.
We'll see what happens in due course, but you know it's a shame that this race has ended the way it is. But you know I think a red flag is not the way we want to finish. I think we might have had another incident at the far end of the circuit. Just looking at the officials, they're looking at sort of the security cameras, and I don't know. I think we'll see what happens. But yeah, provisionally, Simon Evans and Jim Rollinson are your winners.
And Neil Foster and Johnny Reid will round out the top 3.
And if we do have an inquiry, they could be, you know, in second potentially. So who have we got in 4th there? Was that Andre?
In 4th position at the time, it was actually and I'm really pleased to say it, these guys deserve it, Glenn Smith and John DeVette.
And that's a great result for those guys. At the start of the race here, we saw them really charging hard in that Reiter Engineering, Serini Camaro. They were pushing hard, and it was awesome to see that battle that they were having with the Trask Family Motorsport guys, and they were sliding through the field, and it's really good to see.
Yeah, well, there we go. Okay, so as the media manager for the North Island Endurance, the Eneos North Island Endurance Series, we'd like to take a big opportunity to thank our sponsors, Eneos, on board, obviously, and some others in there, Race Brakes, Vortex, Hamilton Asphalt, Squawking Magpie. Come on, Simon, I've missed a couple.
You put me on the spot here, John.
Yes, I have put him on the spot. There you go. So, hey, listen, I'll tell you what, you haven't done a bad job for your first commentary job.
Thanks, John.
Considering you put the mockers on the race, you brought the rain in when I said it wasn't going to happen. And you put a car off the track as well.
Look, I think we were going to see that drama anyway, John, but it was a good race all in all. I think endurance racing has a tendency to be a little bit stagnant in the middle half, but we saw there right at the end, we got that exciting sort of final stage of the race. The end, not the way we wanted it to finish. We really wanted to see a really good battle there, but I think it's a good start to the season, I think.
Well, the exit, the issue is down at the exit to turn 12. I can't see anything on the security screen down there, so I'm not quite sure what the issue is. But obviously it's bad enough to have semi-blocked the track. For them to have called a red flag on the last lap was not a great, and then Simon's rushed off to find out what's happened out there. And then we'll be... So... I guess that's going to just about bring an end to our broadcast. I know we'll have down in pit lane, we'll have our interviews going on down there. So I'm going to take the opportunity to sign off. This is John Tomlin, JT as I'm known, and I'll be talking to you back at Pukekohe.
We're just straight out of the car and straight on the microphone. How do you feel? How was that last stint? It was pretty full on out there.
Yeah, well, it was actually pretty bad. Like, I couldn't even go full throttle down the front, down the back straight, or even up towards the old clubhouse because the car was just aquaplaning everywhere. So I imagine that's what's just happened to the Camaro. So hopefully they're all right.
And how did you find it out there?
Yeah, it was interesting. I had obviously a wet start, dry and track, and quite dry through the middle. So we were just trying to really race to a number and try and save those tyres because that rain was coming back, and for the second part of my stint was wet. So then we managed to gap the guys and have a bit of a cushion.
Choice. All right. Well, let's get you out of the rain, and we'll go see what number 2 position for how they feel. So down the throat. Hey, what's going on? Come out of the rain. Okay, so here we are, second position. It was a pretty treacherous day, Sam.
Oh, mate, it was even in that, I know, first hour and 40 minutes when I was out there, it was trying to preserve those tyres, and then the rain came back out. The tyres were bloody jelly, so, but yeah, hey, it was an exciting race, wasn't it? You couldn't ask for more, could you?
And how was it driving a rear engine car, and a lot of times like off slicks, off dry line, on dry line?
Oh, the Ferrari's pretty good, eh? The Ferrari's pretty good, but it was certainly pretty slippery out there. You had to bide your time in traffic, and when you went offline to try and pass traffic, it was, it was pretty tough today.
Any moments?
Yeah, a few little sideways moments, but never no spins or anything like that. So it was good, eh? It was just probably a little bit of a shame that we didn't get to battle it out in that last 2 laps, that it ended under red flag. But hey, it was an exciting race.
You guys are catching pretty well.
Yeah, well, the flag was 3 seconds, and the way Daniel was driving, mate, I think we would have got it. But it was certainly pretty special time with Mr. Gaunt this weekend. He was, I learnt a lot of him, and he's a neat guy.
Choice, all right, I'll get you out of the rain.
Cool. Daniel!
Got you, done it. Okay, let's get... we lost our third place. I know you don't want to stand in front of the car in the rain. Can I borrow your umbrella? Anyone? Thank you. Oh.
You've got
Cool, Joyce, thank you. All right, 2 umbrellas. All right, are we good? Wow, that was a pretty full-on race, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, certainly. So we got through the whole race with one stop, given all the changeable conditions. So basically, we never went to a slick tyre. But you know, was that our downfall? Probably. But you know, there was a couple of other areas in the race we could have improved on as well. The stop didn't go perfect for us, so something to improve on for the next race. But all round, the strategy could have worked, but today there were a couple of other faster cars in front of us, so we have to work on that for the next round.
So out of 10 in terms of, I mean, you've done a lot of driving, out of 10 in terms of difficulty, how hard was today?
Well, at the end there, because I'd run the wet tyres through the dry patch of the race and then we hadn't stopped, it challenged every skill set I have, I promise you. I was quite glad to see the race red flagged. There were cars out there with much better tyres than us to sustain the water, but we were aquaplaning everywhere, so when I saw the Trask car coming I just sort of had to move to one side. But it was a great drive by Daniel. Those guys probably did the shortest race, I would have thought, without seeing all the data. But you know, Sam Fillmore, he had a good run at the start too, and Neil did a good job off the line to hold the boys out. But we just didn't quite have the pace to keep them behind today, so we'll go away and work at that.
Choice, all right, we'll see you in the next round, and hopefully it's exciting, but probably not as exciting as this one. Choice. Okay, so that's a wrap from us. We're going to go and try and see if we can find some of the drivers in the smaller classes, and we've been promised that we're going to get a list of who's won those classes, but at the moment I don't see that list, so just hold fire. We'll frame a nice shot of this lane and you can see what's going on. But just hold with us and we'll try and find some of the other class winners. Thank you. Can you comms upstairs to see? Thank you, man. It's just like chaos at the end. Yeah, that's chaos for us, chaos for gear, chaos for cars. So I tried to grab it off Mark, which was the worst thing I could possibly do, but he was just standing there. Did you watch any of that screen? No.
Yeah.
We'll be there. Well, we're still trying to find out who won the other classes. It's pretty wet down here, so it's pretty treacherous, but we're still going to endeavour to do that because there's, you know, quite a few of you still watching. So yeah, a lot of action going on here still at the end of the day. Everyone trying to pack up in the rain. Yeah, just hold fire. Don't get that to the cars. Umbrella. Just go to a nice three shot of the winning cars. Come under the thing here on this side and come around and get a three shot. Does anyone know who won any of the cars? Who won the later class? I think Odin did. Hayden, quick, deal with you. Quick.
obviously. So. Hey, oh, fuck, you'll have to do it in front of the other cars. Sorry. I found a winner. What's that? Yeah. So, 2 litre class. I'm told you may have won that. Tell us about how it went.
Yeah, no, it was an interesting day. Wet and dry and wet and dry and wet and dry. We made a choice early on to go out on wets and stay on wets, which I don't know, at times seemed the wrong decision, but we stuck with it and looked at the data we had available, and ultimately I think we made the right call. So yeah, towards the end of the race they were severely compromised and a little bit sticky, but yeah, no, they did the job, and the car was one. Yeah, co-driver, my brother Preston, did an excellent job, really got us up on the pace, and I was fortunate enough to be able to bring it home and stay ahead.
So it wouldn't have been as bad in a 2 litre car than a big V8 or something, right?
Oh, I don't know. For the front wheel drive guys, maybe not, but we've got a very short wheelbase, rear wheel drive, rev happy car. So yeah, it can get quite tough, and there's not a lot coming back. You know, it's not like these big drift V8s that like to hang it out a bit. So.
All right, well, the weather's getting worse, so I think we're going to call it a day at this point. So thanks everyone for watching, and that's a wrap from the first day of the North Island Endurance Series, the Eneos Oils North Island Endurance Series at Taupo Motorsport Park here in the rain. So thanks for watching.